Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Alright, sorry guys. I'm a bit of a mess right now. I've been working on some stuff with the release of the quiz yesterday. And I'm like trying to figure some problems out right before the stream and like I can't do this right now. Stream happens now. Stream happens now, so I'll work on that afterwards. Gamba, not Gamba. Always save the lunacy for Walpurgis. For some reason I'm on here though. I do see that the previously censored Don Quixote ID is now uncensored. Apparently someone got an ego by being in the index. That's kind of scary actually. So anyway, hi everyone, hi Sace, hi Cammy, hi Pete. Welcome. Love the character. Thank you. Yes, always save the lunacy for Walpurgis. I am slowly trying to get my crates back, but I haven't done my weekly mirror dungeons yet. So bad guy after retired. It's been a very long time since I played Guilty Gear, and the last Guilty Gear I played was, what was it? Reload? Very long time. Can't say I was any good at it, but yeah, has anyone tried the new Dawn ID, or are people just saving up for next week so that they can just crate her? I should crate Faust probably, but I'm gonna wait until both Faust and Dawn are ready. So yeah, we're probably gonna be getting more index IDs. What is the kit though? I didn't look at the uncensored kit. Looks like we have poise and sinking. And I guess once we get a certain number of stacks. Yeah, once we get a certain number of stacks, then it hits the unbreakable coins. What is the passive that triggers that? Gain prescript device 1, 2, 3, and 4. I see. And I guess at 3, that's when it activates from what I can gather. Cammy, the title is always going to be in the the game's always going to be in the title, but today we're doing Limbus Company. But yeah, so far on 635, Pride of Cheese and Beat It Fair. Which one's 635? Oh, is that that's in La Mancha Land, right? No, what's 635? That is La Mancha Land. Or is it? Wait. What is Kanto 6? Distortion Heathcliff? Was that difficult? I mean, I did use... Did I have Heisho at the time? I don't think I had Heisho at the time. Maybe I had Heisho at the time. I don't remember that being such a difficult fight, at least not compared to Ricardo in the previous Kanto. Ricardo's always rough regardless of when you face him. Even during the Intervallo that he shows up later, he's still kind of tough. Yeah, I didn't think Heath was that rough. I guess he had some bleed, but it's nothing compared to the bleed fest that you're going to be getting in La Mancha Land later. So anyway, I do understand that Kanto 9 Part 2 got released recently. I didn't expect it that it was going to be that quickly. I think someone explained it to me that it's going to be like every week or every other week. So I thought as soon as Kanto 9 like starts, it's going to be a while before they finish it, because you know how long it takes to get from one Kanto to the next. It takes literal months. So I'm like, I have a little bit of time to catch up. No, I think by the time I catch up, the Kanto would have ended. And I'm going to be trying my hardest, very, very hardest, to avoid any and all spoilers from Kanto 9. I mean, a few characters have leaked out, but don't know anything about them. Don't know anything about them. Don't know anything about the story, and I would like to keep it that way until we actually get to them. I don't know if this character, this ID in particular, is spoilery, but I just am interested with it. Kind of hard to not be interested with a random index ID getting an ego in the middle of the Kanto. So yeah, haven't really heard anything too bad from the Kanto 9 stuff. I think the only thing I've heard recently is that it's not as difficult as some previous stuff. I don't know if that's true or not. Didn't look any more into that. But other than that, probably not as difficult as Kanto 8. But I don't think like the difficulty ramps up that much from one Kanto to the next. It's it kind of like goes up and down a little bit from what I've noticed. Kanto 5 was like, it was alright. Kanto 6 wasn't too bad. And I guess Kanto 7 was only rough during the dungeon, but that's also partly because I kind of screwed myself with the ego gifts I got. I don't know if I could have made that better, but somehow, despite bleeding myself to death, I made it out okay. And yeah, I guess it was a little bit anticlimactic fighting Lei Hong last time, but what do you want me to do? We're a little overpowered right now. Having a full Heisho pack when, at the time when Lei Hong was available, there was no full Heisho pack. I think you had to deal with him maybe with either bleed, burn, the rest of that stuff, and he still takes reduced effects from that. Oh well. Anyway, from last time, we did finish Kanto 8, yay. So we are going to be doing the Intervallo today, the one Intervallo today. And since apparently the second Intervallo for Kanto 8 was the Arc Knights collab, we cannot do that. But there is a archive of that story if you want to check out what happened back during the Arc Knights collab, because I don't think we're getting that again. As much as we want to see certain people again, we are not going to get that. Probably. Depends on how the Kim Ji-hoon talks with Arc Knights go in the future. If it does happen. Who knows? But yeah, I should be able to start Kanto 9 next week. I'm just hoping Kanto 9 doesn't actually end next week. Otherwise, it's gonna take... Well, I'm gonna be behind regardless. So yeah. Anyway, they should have included Thorn from Arc Knights. I don't know anything about Arc Knights, to be honest. I did play a little bit of Arc Knights when it first came out, and I don't really remember how far I got. I think the last event I remember doing was the one where Heliger was introduced. And holy crap, the text from that bored me to tears. And I wasn't really that good with Arc Knights anyway. Tower defense is okay, but tower defense with the way they do the tower defense in Arc Knights, not really my cup of tea. So I haven't really continued it. But I have a friend that's like super into it. We all have our favorite games. One friend likes Arc Knights, another friend likes Nikkei. And then here I am with Blue Archive and Limbus Company. So Zilu got thornified? What does that mean? I don't know what Zilu getting thornified means. I don't even know who Thorn is. I just know that one of the other friends who started picking up Arc Knights, Thorn was their husbando? I don't know. They're really into them. But I just know Thorn was like a husbando kind of material. I think there's also a joke going around that Thorn is possibly the Doctor, because there was like a thing where Thorn kind of looks like he was in a Doctor outfit. But I think that's more of a joke than an actual thing. I don't know. Apparently the plot of Arc Knight gets a little bit crazier later down the road. And I don't know if I'll ever get that far. But we are going to be trying out Enfield when it comes out. I think in a couple of weeks. I think in about 2 weeks. Enfield is going to show up. It's going to be finally released. And we are going to check it out then. But I don't think I'll be sticking with it. Open world and me don't go along very well. But I am kind of curious about the factory portion. Might be interesting. Anyway, I'm just hoping to not, run into too many Kanto 9 stuff. But some characters do look pretty cool, so yeah. Anyway, today we're going to be starting the Spring Cultivation, aka, from what I remember when this was released, let's raise our own Xichun, Princess Maker style. I don't know how this is going to go. Is there gonna be any battles? I don't know. Let me get up to my box. I'm gonna get him a box. Wait, let me get out of here first. And then my box is over here. Okay. Let's see what we get ourselves into. Last time on Limbus Company, we finished Kanto 8. Xichun is now the Hierarch. Grandma and the rest of the elders are trapped in the temple, and they will slowly die, because apparently eating other people is what made them more or less immortal. But now that they're trapped there, they can't get their sustenance, and so they will slowly die. No one has to know what happened back there. No one has to know what the actual ritual was, because that was a sham. So now that Xichun's here, apparently everyone thought to finally educate her on how to be a proper hierarch. So I guess that's what this Intervallo is about. Let's check it out. I just know a little bit of the parodies from this. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Who is up there? Is that mom and dad? To be fair, no one wants the worm. The worm was like the worst part of the whole thing. That was the actual ritual. Oh yeah, speaking of the worm, I think Gubo and who else was that? Gubo and Jinwan did get the worm, half dead. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with it in the future. And then there's Jia Wanchun with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer, who also met up with Honglu's fiance at the end of the previous kanto. Don't know what that's about, but I think she's trying to entice Bao Chai to try to get Honglu somehow. Not sure what that's about, but I feel like we're gonna have to kill Bao Chai eventually. Eventually. And at the center of it all sat Jia Xichun, unsure of what to say next. Well then. Oh yeah, this isn't voiced. I gotta voice everything again. Jia Yuanchun, seated next to the hierarch's seat, upon which Xichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... She nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Xichun's guests, who stay here at RH Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Well, she's technically also part of the family, so I don't think we can say anything about that, Gregor. Our only connection to Xichun is Honglu over here. Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous. Especially with Jia Xichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. What the heck did she do, actually? I don't think she did anything but run away last time. As we are all aware, Venerable former Jiamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. The very course of H Corp's prospects. That is a combo. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, Venerable former Jiamu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed a window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Jiamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene, or something. Finally, we can raise our Xichun. Not quite. We have to get through the meeting first. Who the heck are these people? Your Grace certainly befits your station, Lady Wanchu. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Yongwan, despite your already saturated schedule. Oh, wait, I forgot. You survived last time. Why are you here? We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuanchu. Ah, my parents. A true shame that they couldn't be here. Have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuanchu. And this guy is here. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only how do you say this word? Only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Yongwan. Their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the Family Hierarch War. Very well, then shall we welcome Xichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Yongwan's Family Hierarch. Greetings, I am... Now let us begin. Oh, what was that about? It's like, let's welcome Xichun. Okay, hi, now let's keep moving on. Wow. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Xichun's expression immediately sours as Yuanchun unceremoniously cuts her off. Cuts off her self-introduction. Okay. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy, land rights? What? Hold on, Big Sister Yuanchun? Passing the distributive oh jeez, lots of texto. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days. And quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Xichun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. If I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets. That is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Xichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new Family Hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to the, for the lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed Family Hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Ah, okay. Make the dynasty even stronger. Okay, and screw the peasants. Yeah, okay, and that's the Family Hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H Corp's articles of association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. Okay. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a straight state of crisis. How did you come to that conclusion? State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the Family Hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So, what is this if not a state of crisis? So, are you saying it's just because of rumors that we're losing legitimacy? Is that what it is? And that's enough to cause a state of crisis? Oh, come on. the H Corp higher-ups could go on a diet, and she seems to be decently fine. And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? No one has faith in Xichun, apparently. Yuan-chun was somehow turning the room against Xichun, without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Jiao Xichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hongyuan's front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dangguanyan. She hasn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative inexperience, but... Everyone in Hyungwon's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Xichun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hongyuan's singularity-related business, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. Okay, that's a lot to go over for someone who literally just became the leader of a corporation. The nest even. Like, is this the excuse you are giving? She doesn't know all of this stuff, so you are taking over? I guess technically we do have to teach her the ropes, but this seems like a little bit heavy-handed with the with like overtaking duties and whatnot. That's the Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hongyuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hongyuan's historical statistics, even after being newly seated. Okay. It's clearly someone did not teach Xichun what she needed to know. Jia Yuan-chun must have known all along too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Zhanhuang worm or something of the equivalent. Oh, I actually forgot that was the case. Oh, right. The frickin' worm was the actual, well, the frickin' worm and the rest of the elders were the actual ones running the country and not the hierarch themselves. And Yuan-chun is basically saying, every one of the hierarchs knew like as soon as they took the seat what was going on. Why don't you? I guess she knows about the worm somehow. I don't know if anyone else knows about the worm, but because Xichun doesn't have the worm, we gotta teach her from scratch. And she's using it to target Xichun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to vote the motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So we're kicking Xichun out. Don't think she knows about the worm? I mean, it is also a lot of stuff to go through, even if you, well, even if Xichun did have to worm, I feel like it's a lot of stuff to go through. But then again, it's not like the Hierarch themselves know everything without the worm, I feel like. Dang, that's Chinese Revolution and already putting into question the person in power. Okay. So they're going after Xichun's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuanxun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting, to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. My arse would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this lass. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The Assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Oh wow, they're really going for it. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Xichun to the floor? Hold on. The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. Except all of the Xi family hate her, so they will go along with it. The Xi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Wait! Wang Zhao, really? After you helped her? Zui family too. The rest of the previous family heads seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuanxun's good graces. New faces, same old. Same old? And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. It's far too vexing to simply watch and do naught. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Xichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Fine, sure. You get a little help, Sinclair. Didn't help her. He helped Joshua specifically. Oh, true. I guess Zhao did give coins to Honglu and possibly Kashu. Right, forgot. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well. I am in agreement. Yeah, then let's go on 3 at the same time. Sinclair, I know you're working on getting a little bit braver recently, but okay, fine. We'll give you baby steps ever since Kanto frickin' 4. If there are no objections, 1, 2. The Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month. And 3. Wait, in a month? So it takes a month for her to get her act together, and if she doesn't get her act together within a month, then they'll actually go through the vote. Okay. Here I objection. This ain't Phoenix, right? Bloody hell! Oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment, alone. Done. You were supposed to back up Sinclair. What happened there? Eh? Why is Don Quixote smirking like that? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. Wait, so you were fooling Sinclair into acting? And then when he finally acts, he's gonna feel so scared. Yeah, I don't think Don Quixote was actually going to go through with it. It was just to make Sinclair actually go through with it. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff finally rub off on you or something? No, wait, no! What happened there, Don Quixote? What happened to objecting together? Oh? I have taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze in the Department of LC. Disputes in succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Would thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what had just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. No, it never did. There seems to be an unexpected outburst from Xichun's guest. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. Well, at least Xichun knows that someone is on her, got her back. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Xichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of family hierarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Zhao Baoyu donated the coins he received from Jia Shu to you. Essentially, you pity-parted your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jia Shu was those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there ever even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? She has a point, unfortunately. I think we just kind of assumed that as soon as Xichun got to the seat, everything would be fine and dandy, you know? She would be equivalent to Emperor and everyone had to listen to her. No! This is basically the Chinese branch of South Korea, and everything's got to be corporate, including the Chinese branch of South Korea. Who is this? But have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. Who is this? That's when quiet, even footsteps brought Jia Yuanqun's merciless dismantling of Jia Xichun. Who are you? Oh, Zigong, of course. Oh wait, did I miss a line? Yet I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume for your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. Yeah, you're not technically from here. You are related to the family, but you're not technically from here anymore. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote of the no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch's Heisho packs and the Jialan guards. So you would remove her Pao cannon and Ju chariot before the game even begins. Why not make this a test? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts if such is the case? What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Zhao Xichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence. And naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. Yeah, we kind of had a feeling that would be the case. That's fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence of the other sinners, a clear, carefree yet defiant voice rings out. Honglu's retort, and they kinda have to listen to him. That's not true at all, big sister Yuanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Xichun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into Zhao Yuanchun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child! How dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance? The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? That is a big word that I'm not quite sure I know the meaning of. Consequences of such wow. Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, I'm... Zigong turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile, and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. Opposing, obstructing, not supporting. Okay, that's a good definition. Thank you. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Jiangran's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as a family hierarch to the board of directors? They really be power grabbing here. It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Xichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Oh, right. We're the teachers. I don't know what Sinclair could teach, but you could probably get a lot from the war veterans and definitely Don Quixote. Though I think you might only get fixer knowledge from Don Quixote, which is still valuable. I don't know what Hong Lu might be able to teach her if he cared enough to listen to all the family hierarch stuff when he was still actually allowed in the elders' place. Sinclair was probably a smart kid in class. He probably was. I'm not doubting it. But he's like the one with the least experience. That's where I'm coming from. Least experience, I'm kind of curious what he could possibly teach. And of course, Rhodia will teach her gambling. Gambling and bluffing, which is pretty good. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and assembly came to an end. Alright. That was a very, very formal first episode for the Intervallo. But I'm for it. It'll be interesting to see how this class goes. We were planning to train Xichun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Xichun. Big Sister Yuanchun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall. To prove the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Xichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now? Now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Xichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Xichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend not to know who we are, didn't ya? Where all that confidence go, girl? Well, at the time she hated Hong Lu's guts. And since that's not the case anymore, yeah, things are a bit different. That actually got under her skin back then, huh? Under Rhodia's? Yeah. So, Xichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? Well, I mean, it's gonna happen whether she wants it or not. If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuanchun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yuanchun used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. Oh, she's been preparing for a long time, I see. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuanchun, I think her definition of Yongwan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Dang Guanyan's. And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Yongwan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her. My vision for Hyungwon is... I want to change H Corp. Be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days... Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great! So it's decided then? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Sod. What bad news? So, to summarize... The responsibility of training Xichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarchy's fate, and almost every facet of which entirely under Jia Wanxun's control, by the way, is probably a trap. Within the next 30 days is our... And we have to explain that to Sod somehow. Wow, it sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. I mean, it kind of is. Postmortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later. Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that wasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, and I understand that as well. For the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile with a shade on her face that looks like she could kill us if she really, really wanted to. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great. Then let's give our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. I think, even if Sinclair didn't do that, they were still gonna try to kick her out in 30 days, so it just kind of made it official. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed up everything again. What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Xichun. Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Xichun to acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan, yeah, but not with a 30-day deadline. Well, I'm glad that I took Fao's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further, and what the heck are you doing here? Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Okay, you know what? That's fair. Big brother Confucius saw that happening. Oh, so that's what they were probably talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but put in Yuan Shun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. So that kind of like what a certain chairman did. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one: to challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Dangguanyan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Xichun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail, not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to taste Jia Xichun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, We already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction, due to an unexpected incident. Are you talking about the thing with Hohenheim? Oh, come on, Otis. Get over yourself. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrow-visioned rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So, you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Yeah, she got you there. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace his teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Xichun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? Is that the golden bow? Aha! There's a star! Star? Twinkle, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. The lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah! That would be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. I think all of them can teach something. I mean, definitely Heathcliff would be a good PE teacher. I mean, he can teach how to scrap. I feel like Mersal would also be a good PE teacher, but it would be more of a mystery of what Mersal can actually teach outside of, being physical. Zigong was staring a dog-eared expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? I can't tell if she's smiling or not. Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves. So I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson, really. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. We are still learning, no matter how old we get. No matter how much we think we've done. Such a Confucius way of speaking. I see that you all have individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. Oh, Zilu? Oh, this is what Zilu looks like without all her wrappings? Dang, she's pretty cute. She actually kind of looks like Karen from Blue Archive. Dang! Big Bro has all the beautiful women. What's going on here? I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on. Shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager had decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Yeah, I had it in my lesson plan too. Wait, how's Dante... What would Dante's lesson plan be? That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Ah! Heathcliff did not send in a lesson plan. Okay, well, he's not going to be teaching an intellectual class. He's going to be teaching a physical class. That's fine. It ain't me. Oh, really? You turned in one? Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. Sinclair? Sinclair, I mean... That's fair. I feel like you really have nothing to teach. You just kind of graduated from school yourself, so what could you teach? You, Sync? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. When is he not? Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... I'm done. Sorry, I got into making a lesson... I got too into making a lesson plan, just couldn't stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed a big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hands. And she receives it with a mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? How to fell bullet Yisang inquisitively. you mean be Yisang's target for fell bullet? Why is it always Sinclair? Why can't it be anyone else? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches on aesthetes? AAA? What the heck is an aesthete? What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore 108 approaches in a month? This has got to be Ryoshu. Her and her Buddhist teachings. Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. Oh. Of course, it would be Ryoshu with the abbreviation even. Not just the Buddhist teachings. FU went too far. FU went too far. Right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Did you use blood? Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Uh-huh. A painting. Surprised? Zilu? Oh man. Considering what she's willing to do, normally, I am surprised. I am surprised that this is actually taking her out a little bit. Entrails. Coating the world. Wait, where did you get that from, Ryoshu? Did you just gut up a pig or something? Because I can't imagine otherwise where you get such art materials from. Now you know how aesthetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! I'm just surprised Zilu is as soft as she is. I would have never thought that would be under all those wraps. Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. Okay. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus, it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Societal Reintegration. Is that, whose is that? Chapter 1. How to shake with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Whose is this? Oh! That's not what I thought. I thought it would be like something from Heathcliff, but the way it was written would be too much for Heathcliff. Okay, it's Craig's. Chapter 2, Exploration of Exclusively Long Sleeve Fashion and Practices. Long sleeves? Why long sleeves? Chapter 3, Projecting Confidence and Why Having a Bug Arm is Totally Cool. Okay, that's a little bit too specific. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I want this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to our flaws as not failings but evidence of our individuality. Which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Can he actually turn that arm back to normal? I mean, he always seems to have it, like, transformed. He should have a normal arm. Because, I mean, he can turn full bug if he really wanted to. Projecting a little bit, sure. But that's not out of line. Discard. Next. Oh, she didn't like that one. Zila quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics. Subheading. The power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. Is this Mersault? Otis. Wow, how is that an Otis subject? My credentials include the ability to dress down on opponents so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticism, vice versa. Oh, okay, so the thing that you do to Dante every single time. The brown nosing, the boot licking, everything. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. It is quite a bit. I have concluded from my heretofore observations that Xichun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. That would be a very useful skill. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? I mean, it's both. It's both. Zillow seemed quite interested, but Xichun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. So, Xichun can also pick her lesson plan. Okay, that's fair. On Justice, another impressive title. A Don Quixote title, nonetheless. Subheading, methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. Discard. No justice lessons. Beyond the wherefore. Next. Doesn't even answer why. Wherefore did you discard those papers? It took me the longest time to understand that wherefore actually means why and not where are you. Praxis of ego splitting concerning Praxis of ego splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflection and paradoxic ally fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an opening door to... Who wrote this? Mersault, this better not be you and your stream of thought. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Oh, that was Yi Sang? Yi Sang. Why did you mash all those words together? Do you know not what spacing is? Come on, even Ryosha was able to do spacing. God dang it. Perhaps Miss Ryosha's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. This has got to be Ishmael. This is Ishmael, isn't it? How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Wait, I forgot to take that part out. Wait, shredders exist? Shredders actually exist? Wait, who drew the dragon with the fire over here? That's kind of... That's kind of funny. And into the shredder it went. When did the shredder even get there? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 into your mouth. Especially useful when getting lectured. Oh, that's Rodion. That's definitely Rodion. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. Aha, so it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers. How to let it flow through you. That's gotta be Mersault. That's gotta be Mersault. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. Oh wait, that's Honglu? I'm waiting for the Mersal lesson! Where's the Mersal lesson? The most important part of this art is a flash of refreshing smile. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dangguan young people who hated him. I see. This... well, this... I can't bring myself to throw this into the shredder. I mean, you could if you wanted to. Next. How to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. Oh, that's definitely Mersal. Definitely Mersal. I don't think that's gonna help Xichun though. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice, and I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. Something to think about, Mersal. Something to think about for the future. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack Shite! The title almost got me. The title almost got me. It's, okay. Sure. Jack Shite. Side off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. He did say that, right? Yeah, he did say that. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. You could, if you wanted to. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. That's gotta be Faust. Oh, huh. That's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. I don't think she needs to know that. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution and rational self-interest, Gesellschaft? Self-interest-driven societies. Is that what Gesellschaft means? And? Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the troublemaker has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. How very German of you. To add so many words just to be perfectly clear on what the heck you're talking about. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans, what did Dante write? I'm curious to see what Dante wrote. Finally. Now that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson plan the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday? I don't think she's gonna need that, but okay. This ain't a self-help class. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? What if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping in deep inside. So, with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there. But what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not listening to what Xichun's saying. Following that, your company's, it seems that Silu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? Sup, my curriculum most especial. Especial. You hardly speak Spanish, Don. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so that's a no. That was Saw's impression upon taking a quick glance at Dawn, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust that the Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Or did it? Miss Zigong, Miss Saud. I prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Saud weren't looking at the dozen of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Xichun's teachers. Oh, I mean, I kind of saw that he wasn't gonna be a teacher because what else would he teach? Nothing. Not a self-help class, that's for sure. Or should I call you Pupil Sinclair to be exact? Sinclair being put back into school for a month. Wow. This has gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't Xichun a pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? Sinclair's back to class for you. This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. I would have felt pretty dang empty. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just Xichun sitting there on all her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but it doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teaching to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least, and... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yisang. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together! The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Oh, Wei's here too. Congratulations, my lady. You found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. I don't think I've ever had that, but yeah, sure. Huh? Oh, wait! She seems to be on board with this. Deskmate. Bestie. What the heck does any of that mean? Wait, she's actually never gone to school before? She's always been self-taught? Not self-taught, home-taught? Huh? Xichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she had just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongyuan who are raised with the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. Okay, that's fair, but did you not at least teach her the basics? When she was also, you know, trying to learn not to get assassinated? So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with other sinners as teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help each other out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. All starry-eyed. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like it was yesterday. Xichun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Dude? Xichun, wipe that word out of your mouth. Did you just say dude? Oh, that reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as how or where she heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... Ah, wait! Don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days are ticking down! We only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Sod. Have any of you thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. I guess Zhigang and Zulu don't get along well with each other. Confucius wives don't get along well with each other. Oh wow, this is a different icon from the usual battle. Wait, do I not use any... Hold up, let me at least convert one of these. We don't use any materials for this? Why teach her about use of school trivias when she's raised to be a potential puppet? Fair. Zilu and Sod appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. At least Zilu has a proper baggy eye expression. Sod just looks like she's pissed off. Miss Zilu? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier, that it would be. Still, thanks to Mr. Joshu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an impossible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. And they are called... I cannot read Chinese. What the heck are these? What are these supposed to be? Zi Yong Ren. They still does not explain anything. Z, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Young, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. Uh-huh. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment then? I recall no instance of any discussions regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of us faculties of this school are severely lacking in all three of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Zigong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Ah, right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. That's it! That's all he said. Be strong. Because, yeah. It's, can't do anything else. Wei! Despite your protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. I feel like it'd be less than 30 days. But you know. Okay, how do we actually do this? Mandatory class. I guess we don't have a choice. We gotta do Yi Sang first. How do we do this? Mandatory class? Mandatory class. I guess we just click begin class. There's morale. What's this do? Oh! This is her, these are her stats, except it's got nothing to do with what we're going through right now. What's this? Sinclair? We switched to Sinclair, but Sinclair has nothing here. What's this combo? Okay, so they're teacher combos also. Interesting. Okay, so we can't do anything, so I guess we just begin class. I haven't played Princess Maker, but I have played, what was that one game called? Long Live the Queen? Yeah, I played Long Live the Queen, and that's another similar Princess Maker type game. So, this is a little bit different though. Dragon Girl game is a little bit different. I think that plays more like a regular roguelike. But yeah, it's along the same veins. I did call it a Princess Maker game though. My name is Yi Sang. That is all. But why the music? The class I had prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement of that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. Oh, wait. You know how technological advancement usually goes? People invent for the sake of creation only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed. You show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct again. Yet, destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows, and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How'd you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself, that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength in the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. So you talk to your own mirror world version, and that's what convinced you to leave everything behind. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, One must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. Okay. So we're going to through the sequence. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking to the mirror. Yay! Stats increase. This is such a weird spread. Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Xichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Xichun of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night? I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently, he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad it didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. Ooh. Xichun with her hair down kind of looks like our CEO. I mean, this he kind of also... I mean, our CEO, if you haven't seen them before. Project Moon CEO. That's not the one. Here we go. I think it's here. I think this one. Our Project Moon CEO. And Xichun. Well, I guess our Project Moon CEO has a little bit more white hair. But, yeah, very, very similar. Very, very, very similar. Why is that, do you think? I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway. The family hierarchy was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see... Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. Is this not the mirror that, Yi-sang used back then? But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I had hidden away for a long time. Okay. Some more Yi-sang lessons. Okay, so morale keeps going down as a cost. Learn more about yourself. Oh wow, I didn't realize that the max stat was 1,000. That's gigantic. Class, metaphysical approach to ego and reflective self leveled up to expert. Okay. Yay! Xichun slash resistance. Oh! So she actually does have to do a duo. And so this is also kind of changing things up a little bit. Okay, so you select down here and it goes up here. I know I'm kind of covering it up. There's no good place to be at. Error. Maybe we lower ourselves a little bit. Yeah, maybe lower ourselves just a tiny bit. Stats, whatever. Actually, maybe I can lower myself a little bit more. Maybe down here for now. So 2 mandatory lessons from Don Quixote. And then since we only have... Actually, do we need... Oh no, okay. So Yi-san goes in that last one. Gotcha. Ahem. Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sloping lines of her clothes. Which one? Of who? Xichun? Sinclair and Xichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given that what Sod told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago, Otis, who had been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sod. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Oh, wow! You actually recognize Don as a person. It's amazing. Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? They do. Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with a tale of the fixer, yuruHYPE. This tale beginneth in the year... So it's basically also a history lesson. Sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going on for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. Wait, where'd that come from? When she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? But of course. I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine these precious, precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know. I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in the theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles yuruHYPE. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not ready. I'm not doing anything for either of these. It's not doing anything for either of us. It's a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, you scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had, even if she was probably wrong. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Xichun. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And one of those days, you know what one of those masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Xichun's finally getting a feel of how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. Sure. I tick-tocked in response. You didn't say squat, Don. 'Tis year 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yu Fei said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart thee a major clue. If thou'st paid attention, as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages, in which the Fixer of Yu Fei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, had said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I got it. Is that when she had to forge onwards despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time? Damn it, that was too slow. B. Yang Xichun, thou'st incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious. What? Her enemies with hair that was not luscious? Is this another middle thing I did not know about? As the supply line breakage caused her regularly delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. Supply line breakage caused her... So someone got in the way of her conditioner supply. I see. What thou hast suggested, Yang Xichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. She probably was, actually. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales. But most of these tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. Well, it was believable that she would have probably done it, but if she got it from books, maybe she also was wrong. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Oh wow, was there fixers that also looked like Power Rangers in history? Because I think that would be scary in the Project Moon universe. I'm surprised we have magical girls, but we do not have any of the sort like Rangers here that we have seen, that we know of. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. And that's an interesting pose you got there. Oh, morale went up for some reason. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Force? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's a Summer Night Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. That is not important. Are you kidding me? Pooh. Come on, you can do this, Xichun. You can do this. This is nothing. Oh, wow. Is that really it? It looks like a dancing move. Illusions of a summer night shall devour thee whole. Summer Night Fantasia. Is this like what was that one song in Yakuza? Midnight Cinderella? Midnight Cinderella? Is that it? Is Don's class truly worth it? I mean, maybe. Is any history class worth it? You want fixer badges? I think they actually have fixer badges for sale in Hamhang Pampang. If not fixer badges, then at least the Sephora badges somewhere. Then again, I don't actually know. We'd have to go to Hamhang Pampang to find out. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. She finally got one. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Really? The lights too? I don't think the lights were part of the actual thing when it all went down, but I could be wrong. Gotcha. Don Cote, who was watching Sinclair and Josh Xichun's two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo! Bravo! Certain minor details were missed, such as that YuruHYPE the Fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, it was a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of YuruHYPE the Fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lesson of today. Huh. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Xichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. And now she's become a fan. She's become her fan. Yay. Why does morale not go down? Does it only go down when Yi Sang is the one teaching? Oh, dang. Yi Sang's teaching does make the morale go down, I see. What we want Dawn as... Would you want Dawn as a teacher? I personally would be... it would be quite dubious, let's just say. Okay, morale -6. I guess we can switch off between... I guess let's do Yi Sang and then recover said morale. Actually, no, we don't need to recover morale just yet. Let's do double Yi Sang. Oh, wait, no, we can't do double Yi Sang. Oh, we have to do one or the other. Okay. Alright, so do a Yi Sang and then finish off with Don Quixote so that she can get some morale back. Boom! What was that? This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Ah, you look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed. An opportunity to study old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles though, Miss Faust? Yeah, weren't you the one who built it? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. So, when she says Faust's work, she means the other Faust's work as well as hers. Interesting. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into his creation. So, if every Faust was involved with making Mephistopheles, how could you not know how it was made? I feel like you should know. Unless for some reason you were like blindfolded part way. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Oh wow, that was a very short lesson. And it's kind of nice to see that explosions can happen. And Faust would be smoted. Smoted? Is that the right word? Based on the skills I learned, I managed to recreate the model of a machine from Faust's blueprint. Yay! So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. So inequality being the base meaning, I suppose. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not, until Hongyuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. Troll Jinx, I'm pretty good with figuring things out for myself. Let me figure this out, as well as the combo stuff. Please, thank you. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. What now? Oh, the explosion that happened during that small tiny cutscene. This is quite interesting. Look what you got. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. And it's kind of interesting that we get some comedic bits in there. I suppose that's what the intervallos are for. I mean, we do get comedic bits within the canto too, but the intervallos are more of that. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? You would think. Very precious time learning to converse. Yeah. We're getting a lot of Ren. All the other stats we're gonna hopefully fix later on. So a healthy dose of Don Quixote once in a while to recover some what do you call this? To recover some morale would be a good thing. I do wonder if they have any combos. Oh, they do. So Faust combos with others right now. I see. I guess we don't need to recover morale just yet. So let's do this then. How do the combos work? Stat gain +4, stat gain +4. But wait, if I remove you, does it not show? Oh, it just says combo here. Okay, so it'll show later. Gotcha. Unlike some other classes, which were more than just an upbeat side of things. Gregor, why do you have the scary background music? The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. This is pretty important considering the family hierarchy war that just recently happened. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? Yeah, it's kind of important. We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Xichun were here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So, my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Oh, he's getting a little bit of PTSD from back in the war. I thought he'd be over it by now, but I guess it's never actually completely left him. Man, why's it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zulu, is it okay if I smoke? And that's why I keep smoking. Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say today, no matter how long it takes. Man, I do appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Xichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Did they kind of force his trauma out? Fair enough. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. Well, at least now she knows how to deal with a wing war when it finally happens. My war tales. Wow. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. Funny, I never heard any of this from Roland, but you're the first one who mentioned trench warfare at all. I figured it wouldn't be trench warfare because, you know, no guns. So why would there be need for trenches? No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles when they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. So everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Did it? Is that natural? Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G Corps found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dangguanyan could make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Dangguanyan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilize the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Never get into a war. Never start one. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all that. I forgot, for someone who knows, who was actually in the Smoke War? I just keep hearing Smoke War this, Smoke War that, and it's like the worst thing ever to happen, but I don't remember who all was involved in it. I just know that we have Otis in there, we have Gregor, and we also have Roland that we know about. We have 3 Smoke War veterans. And I guess there were also a few more that were in Ruina, but those are the ones that come to mind right now. Never get involved with a land war in Asia. I don't know how that would make a difference compared to any other place. But yeah, that don't get into a war to begin with would be great. If we could only solve our war problems with competitive matches that did not involve assassinations of said competitors, that would be great. You guys know about the Gundam fight? We should have a Gundam fight in place of war. I think that would go very well. I don't know. I don't know. Salvador? Was Salvador part of it? Really? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I can't even imagine what it'd been like to not only witness it, but go through all that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. Oh yeah, I remember all the way back in Kanto 1. That was such a long time ago. We did visit, yeah. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. We'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone times, shaking relentlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened, that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, that's very insightful, thank you. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait, are we not using the same classroom? I thought the teachers would be the ones switching in and out. Oh, wait for me. Even after the 2 students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. His lungs are gonna be screaming. Very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Okay. We're getting a lot of Ren, but not a lot of anything else. Okay. More blueprint stuff. Are we gonna... Is this like the chapter we meet all the teachers? Oh, okay. Yeah, we meet all the teachers now. It's now time for Hong Lu. Do we need to recover anything? We need a little bit more Yang. Where's my Yang combo? Class success rate plus 40%. Why is there a success rate? Where is my Yang? Where's the greens? Upgrade. Oh, you got recently upgraded. That's what it was. I guess we could. Wait, what do you get if you combo them? Ren and Z. Ren and Z. Ren is humanity. Z is up here. It's fine if we do Gregor again. Let's do Gregor and Faust just to upgrade the Yang a little bit more. That's kind of falling behind a little bit. He's just there just to be there. So we're improving our potential woman. I see. It's kind of funny that they're actually giving us these choices, but like, is it gonna make a difference at the end of the day? I have no clue. All right, see you later, GNG. How are classes going, Xichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the Venerable Hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting going around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Bao Chai? Are you sure it's okay for a Zhu family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Bao Chai's guard. Oh, are you going back to the Jia family? You could be hired by Xichun. Wait, don't tell me we got you Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Bao Chai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. I see. Giving Hong Lu his true wife back. But she still wants to be the wife. She did get brainwashed by the evil lady, that's true. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on. You spend most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyan before leaving Hongyan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Xichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Xichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Hong Lu wrote "Surviving Hongyan" on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jia Mu, I mean the previous hierarch and the elders favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. So he had some initiative back then, and then he got killed. Well, wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. It looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? The thing! You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea, before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you were suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lin Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Hong Lu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Hong Lu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dang Ranyan's request, a must-have item for children of the Great 4 Houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know. They're actually... Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone is enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Xichun can finish her sentence. Then he throws a silver spoon in his hands, like throwing pins towards 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Jiren's nerd tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dangguanyan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, yeah, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know? That's acid. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? So this is a poison testing thing? So the spoons melt, and I guess you have to figure out which one's poison without the spoons? I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Hong Lu and Dayu's subtle tells. That's not much of a help, I feel like. Oh, Sinclair also gets trained in this. I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Xichun. I know that the adepts of each Seisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Nuanjiangwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useless boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation, whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Xichun ripped around away from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Alright, and then we have our regular classes. Yay. We do need to recover some... I wonder if the morale affects the success here. I assume as long as we have some morale, it's going to be okay, but I'm going to try to keep it topped up. Just in case. Oh, those are all our teachers. We have no other teachers that we know about. Every 6 days, you'll be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yuanchun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Jia Xichun retain her status as a family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, it's I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Xichun. He also does not like the paperwork, apparently. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork, cascading over me like a storm burying me. Steel yourself, or that was no dream at all. That was reality. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. Paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking? I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Is there no class for Dante? I guess not. Oh, okay, so this is the midterm, actually going up against one of the hierarchs. Not the hierarchs, the family heads. So wait, so are we gonna also be fighting about Chai? Hey, you're one of the she boys. We finally meet. I'd hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then... Isn't that supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Because all the Shi family have personal grudges against everyone. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarchy war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you on all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they're under investigation for treason against Dang Guanyan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan? They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I've recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. Dang, she's taking on the Don Quixote lessons very well. Oh, are we actually fighting? Is this a solo Xichun fight? Oh jeez, it's a solo Xichun fight. And we really don't get to pick anything. Gong. Go Xichun. Do not lose your freaking rolls, please. So there's basically a win rate, but no choice at the win rate. Okay. Wow, Project Moon cannot get away from having a battle sequence somewhere. Even here. I guess it's kind of nice though to see something like this once in a while. We're not the ones fighting. But why not just make it automatic? Why do we have to like sound the gong every single time? All right, more gongs for you. More gongs. Well, she's doing very, very well. I don't think she's lost a clash yet. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Spoke way too soon. "16 counts of rupture, but not a lot of rupture in each of the counts. How's that supposed to help? Oh, that's it? Okay. So you don't have to kill them. Good to know. Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want your... Sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. Okay. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind. Because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. She was in. You are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name? Ma'am? Respect? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan? And that's how she gets a vote from them. Make friends. Oh, what do we have here with Ishmael? Okay, does Don Quixote... No other combos, really? We do need to get some morale back, so... Let's do Don, and then... I guess let's go for the great success. Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congratulations! Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look what I prepared for you today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan, surviving 10 days in Hongyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got declined. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago, okay. Explain. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players, but... Really? Can you call this tabletop game an adventure? We playing D&D! We're doing D&D in class? I would have loved to have that class. Yet, in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Oh, what a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Ah, young Ishmael. Thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. Is Don Quixote the DM here? That'd be funny. He was a formidable foe. That was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Really? Well then, as my next move, we are now going to do the Call of Cthulhu as the D&D campaign. And that's how you came up with this? I played a few other games, but this is new for me too, so I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jiangsu Journeys, or J&J, or D&D. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youth. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM, or the DM. The JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs a story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most inexperienced players take that role. Which would be me. Wiz, Strength, Dex. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Xichun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called, the Chanya sword. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool, so why are we looking for that sword again? Hugh, it's because, so there's this legend in Yanyun about how the sword of... Right. The Chanya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And, also about how having that sword is proof of the true leader for these lands, and so forth and so on, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see. The city called Yanyu must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Xichun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. She takes this quite well. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Well, I will claim the Chanya sword no matter what it costs me. Xichun nods with determination. And now we go on with the D&D journey. Work with Sinclair to come up with a creative solution to all kinds of trials. Hopefully they're not all murder hobos. That would be bad. From the rumors you gathered, it seems that the Kezan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kezan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wiz is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. How very Sinclair. What if I found a different way to gain the Kezan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which would give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Are you talking about beating him up? Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kezan Keep. I think I got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kezan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then. I guess I'll just stand in the corner over here, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just rolling-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? The Kezan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast towards Yinzi Mountain. But what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kezan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. You got a history? Apparently a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad, but we got a job to do. Since we have what we came for, we'll leave the Kezan. No, take the side quest! You gotta take the side quest! Well, they say that JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every single little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? A few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair. Later, the Kezan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yao Guai, guardian of the Tianya sword. He explained that the fairy Yao Guai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds, then tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. You gotta do every side quest. That's how you get useful information that might not seem relevant initially. Oh, okay. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go. Wow. They have the figures and everything. I feel like this is how D&D usually goes anyway with the cards and stuff, but you know, D&D China version. You're gonna have to roll a 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16. With a final singular strike from Xichun, the fairy Yao guy finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Chanya sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this, we can... However, oh no, don't tell me there's a phase 2. The defeated fairy Yao guy, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Xichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Xichun and the monster. But if that crit's going to be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can take the evasion save. One, another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sacrifice must be made. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaguai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Wait! Why is Sinclair actually bleeding over here? Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword as your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Xichun, look over there. Everyone with help and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. And all our efforts and the experience we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right, the real success of this journey was everyone's efforts along the way. The real success of the adventure was all the friends we made along the way. I see. I see, that's where you're going with this. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. I'm pretty sure she also learned something with the game. Don't worry about it, Dante. I think it's going according to plan. And now we segue into Don Quixote's Fixer lessons. Combo! Critical success? Tip-top shape. Oh, okay, so morale has to be pretty high for it to be good. 1 offense level, skill levels improve. Oh, now we get to pick and choose. But we still only have the 2 combos. Interesting. We're still a little behind on Yong. Seem to get quite a bit of it from Ishmael and Gregor. And do we need to top up after that? I think we'll be fine. We don't get a lot of humanities, but that's okay. Let's level up, I guess, Honglu. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. We got a lot of work, Xichun, and I feel like we haven't really even finished this node yet. Is there like only one? Is only like this node? Okay. I guess around, oh crap. I guess everyone else is also gonna get in on the teaching. Even Mersaw. Ooh, Mersaw actually has a lot of morale gain. Interesting. Let's see, a lot of morale gain, but not a lot of Z and Yong. We do need more Yong. Let's see, let's do a little Yong from you. Let's do a little Yong from you. I want to kind of try to keep it as even as I can. And we good for now. We're gonna level up Honglu eventually. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotion and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager. 32 days ago, begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I have to ask you this. that is a frightening, very, very frightening face you're making there, Mersaw. But most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weigh down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really start it that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. That doesn't really help. Explain the situation. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Well, okay, sure, seems easy enough. We are getting so many Mersaw emotes. I don't even know how I feel about this. I know we got most of these from the April Fools, but that is still unreal. Are these gonna come back again when his Kanto comes up? Suddenly, Mersaw let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay? Mersaw, are you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The what who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. It hasn't been 5 minutes yet. Judgment containment. Okay. Oh, combo. Oh, we're finding all the combos. I see. Had a so-so time with the class. So combo with Ishmael. Interesting. So we have multiple combos now. Good to know. Wing Employees of the Month. With Mersaw. Oh, wow. Getting lots of bonuses now. Okay, I guess we gotta mix them up so that we can find out these combos. Oh no, wait, there's actually some down here. But wait. I have to mix them up to find the combos. It seems like. Otherwise we'll never find out how it goes. Okay. You go in here. Who would go well with you? We could probably... Let's try adding Mersaw here. Let's try adding... Our condition is good right now. We need more Yong. We need more Yong. Get me Ishmael here. What is the Ishmael combo? All stats +1. And then Ishmael and Faust. Ren 4, all stats 1. Morale 20. Oh wow, you get like a gigantic morale boost with Gregor. But when does that happen? Is it after Gregor's turn? Or during Mersault's turn? Took the class. Just took the class, nothing else. Okay. More D&D sessions? Yay. Everything increased, more resistances. Oh, here's Otis. I guess with Otis we want to pair her up with Gregor. Gotta get the war buddies together. Who else would go with you guys? Maybe let's do Faust. Let's see how that works. Did we get any combos from the last one? Did anything show? I guess not. Alright. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side. By being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as their superior, they'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Huh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the military budget, the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? Says someone who was bootlicking Dante this entire time? Hi, Lily. Welcome. The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is... Don't say waterboarding. Do not say waterboarding. She said torture, which does include waterboarding. Torture? I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness. Okay, so... Xichun likes the soft approach, Otis likes the hard approach. But there are some people who can't be tortured. Have you ever thought about that, Otis? Alright, see you later, Troll Drinks. Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit... this isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Hongyuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Okay. Explain all the variations of torture, Otis. I would like to know. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hongyuan seemed to put Xichun in a thoughtful mood, as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical, things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Fair. That doesn't usually work. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you'll be learning today. I would like to learn this too. Teach me, Otis. How are we going to do this? To your positions, cadets. I don't think this is the way language is taught. Learn some threats and intimidating expressions. Okay, so it's basically threats and intimidation. I see. I got you. Hey! 20 morale while with Otis, the war buddies. Good drill sergeant, bad drill sergeant. Okay, so it happens as soon as the combo starts. I got you. Okay, we need to start getting some Z back. No combo with Faust. Alright. I need to put Hong Lu with other people and figure out if he's good with someone. Okay, it's time for our midterms. Oh, this guy. This guy who used basically everyone he was with as tools and got them killed. So I hear you defeated Xichun. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Xichun into, you know. Into what? You're not being clear. Well, what? No, it cannot be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. Ah, my men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. She didn't say a single word and you're already spilling everything. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh. That was way easier than it was during class. Yeah, you were up against Otis, who was basically the expert. This guy is basically a noob compared to you guys. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this, is that it? Intimidation! By just saying, That may befit the seat of the hierarch. However, I'm pretty sure that's Hong Lu's tactics right there with the A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. Oh! You mean like you? You mean like what you did? Wow. Wow, okay. Look, have you looked in the mirror, dude? I, Xichun, refuse to let someone so unqualified as yourself to retain power. Okay, well, I'll just be here ringing the gong because that's all I can do. This is all Xichun's doing. Go, Xichun. Kim Joo-hoon really said, you guys just keep on hitting win rate. Here's the gong button. This is basically win rate anyway. Oh no, it's actually better than win rate. Xichun does the win rate for you. Does she still have the offense up? Oh, she does. Alright, Xichun, beat this guy's ass. Oh, dang. I remember him being annoying. Wait, since when did you get burned? I don't remember you having burn stacks. Okay, well. Come on, Xichun. Wait! Did I just see a Hong Lu combo? Not Hong Lu. Was that Sinclair? I missed what was ever up here. Come on, you're almost there. Almost there. Ignore the unbreakable coins. Almost there. Almost a stagger. Fight! There we go. There's Xichun. I do kind of wonder if you can build her wrong during the lessons. But I'm gonna just keep it even. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sis or Yuan-chun actually gain control of Yongwan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're gonna see people from the other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were backing off Big Sister Yuan-chan's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Wow, she is quite ruthless. Mother. Now let's think about this carefully. About Jia Wanchin's vision of Dan Guanyan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when no longer useful? So about that hiding place where you put your parents, you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago. But I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the Hierarch? Big Sister Yuan-chun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly. But I still have tight control over the Heisho of the family Hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. And now, trust has been gained. Yay! Oh! Ryoshu! Teaching a class! How is this gonna go? Do we have any combos with Honglu? I kind of want to put Honglu in there just to see if we can get any combos with them. Let's put Honglu here. Who else go? Oh, wait, Sinclair would have been a nice combo if Sinclair was actually not study buddies with us. So we got Ren, we got Z. Wait. She actually has a lot of humanities? What? When did that happen? Why does Ryoshi have a bunch of humanities? Okay, let's also put Ishmael here just to get a little bit of Yong. TKTDWK. What does that mean? Teaching kids to deal with kids, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black-haired discarded my lesson plan. AL? Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zulu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. Oh, artless, AL. In today's class, I'll sync if you're AUA. What? But I'll scan if you're AUC. What? Sinclair, please translate. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture you if you're an unruly child. Did you guys just rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully. Evaluate the context and there you have it. I don't even know what the context is. What context? What context was I even supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL kids. Isn't that RTFM? Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Oh, Siren is here with a kid? I guess it was a class about kids. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why is Siren... No, wait, what? You brought a who from what family upon whose orders? Puff. Too many travel restrictions here. So I borrowed a rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke and dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. Wow, she actually takes the smoke out in front of kids. But she's still got the cigarette here in her CG. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. The kid's scared out of his mind. Oh, now it's gone. Now there's no more cigarette here. Wow, that is weird. Ryoshu not smoking. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. You would know that because of your Kanto. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother by you are what... Anyways, moving on, you heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Xichun Dangonyan are extremely aware of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified. I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Wow. Just playing with a kid, that's enough? Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Yay! Combo with Hong Lu. Oh, there we go. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even master of martial arts move like that. Ryoshu was practically giving him no time for any other distractions, or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, Kongzu, a traditional Hongryang toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu. The fear he showed earlier, gone without a trace. And this just shows Ryoshu's really good with kids. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. And with the exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Hello, welcome. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dangwonyan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're gonna ask, whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. Yeah, we are in the Xichun racing arc, and by next stream we should be in Kanto 9. Hopefully. Ryoshu grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Xichun, then in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said that when the family hierarch war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. Yes, I guess we still haven't resolved the whole family war stuff yet. My cousin says you're the biggest and the baddest of Hongyuan, Venerable Hayek. The biggest and the baddest. Wow. So I wanted to ask if you can make Dangyuan safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestions positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Yeah, if you're before this area, let's be warned that I am ahead. So just FYI, if you're worried about spoilers. We did finish Kanto 8 though, so this is after Kanto 8. And on the way to Kanto 9, technically speaking. Sometime later, after Jiren guided the child out of the classroom, I found Xichun whispering something to herself. You got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Which is basically what Japan is right now. I don't know about China though. There might still be some issues there. Plus 50% to all stats gained from class. Oh, that is huge. Is it just for them, I wonder? Okay. More D&D lessons with Ishmael. Yay, alright. Let's see, how many more combos have we gotten? We do need to get the morale back up. So Honglu and Ryoshu, we got combos from that one. It is a good way to get stats, but I wonder if it's just between these two or all of them. If it's all of them, that'd be great. But if it's not all of them, that might be difficult. So 20 from Gregor, 20 from Otis. I think if we do both of them, that should be pretty good. Maybe we can get 40 from that, unless I misunderstood it. All stats +1 isn't a whole lot. 50% could also be 1, but, you know, 50% and 1 would be good. Oh, Gregor's 20 and all stats +1. Okay, so it depends on who does what. I do want to... Let's put Faust here. And, who was it? Who was the combo with Faust? It was Faust and... Oh, not Faust. It was Gregor and Otis. Let's put Faust here anyway, too. Because I think... Yeah, it might be... One of our stats might be a little bit behind. Where's Otis? There you go. Yeah, do we want to do the recovery first? I guess it doesn't matter. We're already removing some morale by doing this. I kind of want to go back with the other ones. It's just that Don Quixote is pure morale, as well as Mersault. It's just their stats are a little bit flipped. We still haven't had Ryoshu teach a class. We haven't had Dante teach a class yet. Add a so-so time learning various things. Okay. Oh, crap. I thought the 20... Oh, no, the 20 morale kicks in now. There we go. So we got 20 morale from that. Oh, it's 20 morale, but it still removes some morale because they also have to remove morale for their lessons. I see. Okay, so it's not a perfect thing, and we do kind of have to maybe be around 80%? Okay, so we have Rhodia. Let's maybe put Rhodia and Greg. I think they usually work well together. And I guess let's also put Mersault. Wing Employees of the Month, which would be these two. Oh no, Rhodia already gives a lot of morale back. Oh, interesting. Well, let's put Don Quixote. Honglu. Let's see... Who would Rhodia go with? Let's try Honglu. Wait, what do I need? I need some green here, I think. Let's put Ishmael. See if we combo up any. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. So we're playing Mahjong to learn... Oh, I guess that's a good way to do it. A little bit of a gambling lesson so that we learn how to tell what people's intentions are. Yeah. Not just because Rhodia felt like gambling. Sure. Great, that's really great, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like an oddly specific subject to be... It just kind of feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair. Given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Sure, forced to do gambling. You just want to do that. Limbus players cannot escape the gambling addiction. Every roll is a gambling thing. Every pull of the gacha is gambling. Just going into a kanto is also gambling. The moment you open the game, you have subjected yourself to all chances of gambling. Wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is so much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players? I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game, you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. No, Rhodia, you don't subscribe to it. You subscribe to always gamble, and you know what? I support it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub says what? Scrub says what? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. So Wei joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see... Sinclair. I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? Okay, I was hoping for the Japanese terms for this, but no. We are doing the Chinese terms, and we're also playing by Chinese rules. Gosh darn you. Pang is a pong, I think. Pawn. And Xichun, you don't have your what's it? What do they call it? Poker face? Yeah. Well, did that go through? And you want this dong I've got, right? The dong! You want the... Xichun wants the dong. That's just a soft towel. Okay. Now I know to never ever discard this towel. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us not to know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. Rhodia would know all about that. You know what? Practical lessons for Xichun. And the way you cannot read Wei. You cannot read Wei. Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Oof. This isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one Zong Tao, the red tile, don't ya? I won't confirm or deny it. Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, 'cause it's not here. Instead of a lesson for, what do you call this? For being able to read people and not letting people be able to read you, it becomes a showdown between these two instead. But, you know what? That's okay. Because Xichun can still learn from observing these two. Gong. I see. You called Gong Melt so you can claim the Zong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Does that by any chance imply that you know somehow the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just had the sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows. But... Very well. Then I'll be setting this Hua north tile aside and... I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? My lady, the importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you got some innate luck too. Very well then, I'll have to wager it all on this wand suit. One? The Montiles? Oh, wait, you should not give her that look. She read you. I won. Who? I don't know what this thing is. That's a King Yao Ju hand? Downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard this song. King Yao Ju. I do not know the Chinese terms for the hands. I need to do Mahjong again. Mahjong's fun. Ah, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? Wow. Wait, you never actually showed your emotions like this before. That's amazing. I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei Victoria stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try poker. I didn't just learn how to hide my feelings, I learned how to make whatever expressions I want. Finally won a round against Rhodia. Nice! A lesson in how to do that. Okay, combo. Got a little morale back. And then, nothing with Ishmael. Okay. We still gotta look for some more combos with other people. Alright. What else do we have? I am missing things. Why do the combos have to be found? Why can't you just give them to me? Holy crap, that's a lot. Wait, hold on. Heathcliff hasn't shown up yet. Where the heck is Heathcliff? Okay, we need some... Wait, how does the combo between these two work? And then there's a 50% combo between... Who? 50% combo between... Honglu and Ryoshu. What do they have? Not very good stuff in general, but it kind of serves the same purpose as these two. So maybe it might be worth it. Okay, you guys, you two go in. I don't know who else to put in with you though. I don't think Honglu has very many combos. Let's try to put Yisang, see what that gets us. Okay. Yay. More stats. More stats. Flawless class. Courage to confront. Oh, hey! There we go. Honglu with Yisang is a combo. Okay, we need to get some morale back. Let's see. Heathcliff hasn't shown up yet, so I'm assuming some of these slots are for Heathcliff. What if we do... Where's Mursaw's combos? Mursaw and Ishmael, +1 to everything. I don't think that's very helpful. I do kind of want to put you in here. And... oh, I wanted to put you and Rhodia together, but you and Rhodia together were not good together. Let's see. Did we have any Rhodia combos? I just want to see it. Rhodia and Gregor, which is pretty good. I think what we want to do is Rhodia. And then let's put Faust. And then let's put Gregor at the end. Comedy duo. That way the morale recovery is going to be at the end. Well, first this, the major one, and then a little bit more later. Day 17. We have just been one node, and this node is basically all of this. Oh, here we go. We got a fight going on now. 400, 400, and we are almost at 600. Dang. Oh yeah, we never fought you before. You just kind of gave people your coins and called it a day. Are we gonna fight you now? I want to see what you do. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Kashu. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know? This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hong Yuan lies right now, yeah. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that are done with me. Wait, I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. So Yuan Shun is not going to allow it. Okay. Look, if Big Sis Yuan Shun genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Yang Yuan's best interests at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface, all those business deals, and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as an alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Zhao Yuanqin's retaliation. So, your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. He's right. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing handed over to you, I suppose. Hong Yuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told now, Oh! Okay, since we never fought him, this is the guy who's fighting. Or girl. We fought her last time. My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Okay. So much for the hierarch war. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be combat material. I just kind of wish we saw it. Wait, why was Mersaw in that cutscene? Anyway, enjoy the free win rate button. That's not even a win rate button at this point. I don't know. It's just kind of funny that they gave us a gong, and it's basically just fight. It's the win button. Well, it's not necessarily the win button, you know, because you can still lose if you didn't raise her up properly. But her rolls have been pretty ridiculous. Why can't our Xichun be like this? And I mean, by our Xichun, I mean Ishmael. Why can't our Ishmael be this strong? Why does her S3 have to suck 50% or more out of the time? Holy crap, she wiped the floor with that. When I played this, I thought I was supposed to do something. You know what? I'm kind of glad we're taking a backseat a little bit. It's just kind of funny that it's all happening in one node. All of this is happening in one node. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? Oh, that little kid. That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold on to your seat, which you're about to lose anyway. And you have the gall to invite him to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hongyuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not just all hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hongyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuanchun's Hongyuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and with the same for the it will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over the same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Qishan left in a hurry. But that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. So who's gonna be for Bao Chai? Oh, here we go! Here is the much-awaited Heathcliff class. Let me give you Ishmael, your best friend. And who else do I put with you? Who has pretty decent Z? I don't think anyone here. I guess there's Faust. Faust is pretty good Z. But oh, there's a combo here. All right, we'll go with that. What is this? Is this so he doesn't beat the crap out of Xichun? What the heck is this? Right, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be like them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real-life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You want to break the morale before the brawl even begins. Yeah, I don't know if you're breaking the morale with a squeaky toy. Brawl? Learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left and right and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful too. Bollocks. Lad catches on quick. Lad catches on quick. I mean, it's kind of obvious. That way bloke said something about swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. This is high-tech? This is high-tech? I see. Oi! Don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. And with that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon towards the sky. It made a small boop noise. Well, this one's pretty straightforward. Class success rate minus 10%. Oh, there's a downside to it because they don't get along too well. I see. Learn the art of mad dogging and decisive distinction. Mad dogging. The mad dog of Sotenbori? The mad dog of the Majima family? Not that mad dog, is it? Okay, well. D&D lessons? I don't know if I'll be using Heathcliff much, but I just want to see what all his other combos could be. Oh dang, our morale is going down really quick. Okay. There's only one slot here left, and I feel like the only slot left here is for Dante. But are we gonna get that chance, I wonder? Heathcliff. Morale restored, class success rate minus 10%. Is there a failure? I don't think I've seen a failure yet. Okay, so if there's gonna be some morale shenanigans, maybe let's put Heathcliff in again. And then with Heathcliff... Wait, did Faust have a combo with either of them? Faust had a combo with both, actually. Interesting. Huge success in class with Heathcliff. Z stat game. Okay, so let's put Faust back in. I do kind of want to get some morale back. I guess let's also try to put Ryoshu in here. See how that goes. Maybe not here for failure. The actual event could have it probably. I hope not. All right. Let's see. Actually, pretty similar. Heathcliff and Faust, really? In what way? Oh, there we go. Combo with Heathcliff. Plus 50% to all stats gained from class. Fafo? Wait, Jess Sinclair? Wait, Jess Sinclair doesn't really help us. Wait, hold up. Where is it? Ryoshu. Only Sinclair? That's not good. Heathcliff seems to be a detriment. Wait, you're not Dante. Who the heck are you? Tales from the Drunken Master Palm. Minus 10 morale. Oof. Okay. We need a huge morale boost. Let's put you in here as well as... I guess let's put Honglu. I feel like you two might get along with each other. This class... After an uncharacteristic pause, Zilo continued. Will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Neither was I! I'm a little disappointed that Dante actually doesn't get to teach a class. Where are they? I don't know, maybe they're lost? A little bird told me that the Venerable Hierarch will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dang Guan Yan's brewer. Phooey. There any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leash some liquor at this party. Hongyuan's an awfully miserable place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Yeah, were you there when he killed your brother? I don't think you were. Oh, well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the Family Hierarch War was over. He what? The Family Hierarch War's been over for a while and everyone in Hongyuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you who only knows how to mooch off other families set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... I see our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Plus, put your worries to rest. I am only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as a night drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Dude, take a shower. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Xichun. Apparently joeyChin's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big sister joeyChin? Yeah, I guess he is actually legit homeless. I didn't think about that. She also wants us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time. As you said, the Family Hierarch work is over, and even mongrels of Hongyuan know who has the legitimacy here. Incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take off in return for what compensation they give me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the Family Hierarch War out of a personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bao Yu for they promised to pay off my bar tab. And I'm here to give the Hierarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future bar tabs. Alright, Bacchus. Alright, I hear ya. There is nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by joeyChin herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not have my big sister joeyChin more, give my big sister joeyChin more ammunition to take me down. And you there, will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Phooey. I ain't that a threat. I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Did this guy get paid when he crushed Honglu's brain? I hope so. I mean, he said this bar tab was already paid, I think. This one's for a future bar tab, so the bar tabs from before was already paid off. Despite Sod's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now, give me a demonstration if you will. Swinging away. That's enough. Just one swipe? But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Tis. Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is... amateurish. What the heck is this? Is this guy serious? I have never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Yeah, they were probably, you know, being nice to you. This guy, he's a real deal. Your arms are straight and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault here. But you are the drunken master. You gotta flow a bit more. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that I made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There is more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Xichun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You are far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, with force distributed unevenly across your body. So you will fail to cut, and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes Xichun's back with a twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Imagine getting your first kill when you're like 5 years old. Dang. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. Is that Hong Lu speaking? It's already been a few years since my foolish brothers locked himself in this chamber. Oh no, there's Xichun. Xichun actually killed someone at 13. Dang. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I be sending Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him a way worse poison next time? You know young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how... But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. What kind of life is to live without stepping over others? Let it all go. The gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Xichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memory hasn't failed me, you were one of the young Master Jiao Baiyu's underlings, correct? Underling, yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? That is a good question. Why him? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden pointed question. But he soon regained his composure and replied. He needed the most work out of everyone, to be honest. He's still very, very slowly is improving from his kanto, but he hasn't quite improved much from his kanto. Well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Donkey is going to dish the class out of boredom, same goes for Rhodia, and Otis will try to take over the class. Not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here and... Such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Oh right, doesn't Sinclair have like the egg symbol on his ego shard? That's pretty interesting. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss opportunity. Then the Night Drifter giggled flippantly, the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Okay, just making sure that he did. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Wow, he's just sleeping there and drinking while they're practicing. Enemy of yesterday, friend of today. Ooh, Hong Lu combo. All stats +1. I meditated to empty everything except for the self. I'm still getting there, but I think I got an idea. Symbol on it. The symbol on it also is on Sinclair's head in Kanto 3 briefly. Oh, are you talking about the? Well, what? You mean the? Wait, I'm thinking about the symbol on his head that was also in his bad end ID. That one? Is that the same symbol? Okay, what do we have? We're missing a lot of stats, I think. Okay, so this is just for success rate, not necessarily how many stats we get. All stat gain +7. Nice. Okay, we need more blues. We need more. Oh, actually, no, wait. We're pretty even, actually. I just need to see what other combos am I missing. Who do we need to combo with? Did we do? I mean, I don't really need to do this, but I kind of want to see what everyone's got. The thing is, this is not sorted out. This is not sorted out properly. Let's see. Oh, he's an all-rounder in stats. I see. Well, let's put you there. Let's put Don Quixote here. And we need some green. Let's put Heathcliff here, even though he usually gets us in trouble. No, let's put Don Quixote in the end for the morale. No combo? Any combo with Heathcliff? No combo with Heathcliff. Okay. How many days do we have? Oh, we're at day 22. Oh, dang. This has been a very, very long session. Let's see. Let's put you here. Let's put Otis here. And... oh, wait, there's no EXP. Wait, is the experience only for if they're not master or not? Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's only if they're not master. Okay, okay. I don't think I want to put you with... together. How about you two? Do you two work well together? What do we get from you? Humanities. Humanities are very, very high, but not so much everything else. Ooh, combo with Ryoshu. Nice. Huge success. Ooh, huge success. We are Xichuning. Does this actually show in the upper right left corner? Sometimes it doesn't show, especially if it doesn't show if it's not available yet. Wait, Jess Sinclair? What's the point of giving Jess Sinclair stats? What is the point of giving Jess Sinclair stats? Oh no, not this guy. Oh, please not this guy. What else are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more combos missing. Okay. Damn, am I glad I got my head screwed back on? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure. We're raising him to not feel his clashes. Man, if that were only true. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off. Oh wow! Bao Chai and Hong Lu no longer a thing? Great! He's supposed to be with Da Yu anyway. Hong Lu Da Yu ship. That's where the real ship is. And now she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap. Don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern for the future of Hong Yan. So, just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. Ah, he just wants to fight. Okay. Sure.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Xichun, mess him up. I'm seeing Dayun as a ship material. I mean, yeah, I guess. Oh wow, he has a lot of HP compared to everyone we fought so far. Technically speaking, I think Dayu and Hong Lu were supposed to be a thing in the original book. Like Hong Lu Hong Lu Bao Yu actually had feelings for Dayu, but couldn't go through with it because Bao Chai was the actual, what do you call this? Bao Chai was the actual arranged marriage person. Oh, did Dayu actually die in the original? Dang. Okay. Well, I didn't know that part. But now she's alive, so it could still happen if she really wanted to. Hey, look, she's actually beating the crap out of him. The rolls are rolling. 35, dang. Overwhelming success. Oh man, he almost killed her. What is this? What is this after effect that I'm seeing that I don't think I've seen before? Dang, destroyed. Why stop now? Decapitate me like the last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes and you're just too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. And you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war's over, and I'm not gonna kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real! Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, wanna hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as a family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of the assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And then, if anyone dares to speak out against you, Snip! Chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hallyu a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. You know what? Seeing the way he is right now, I would have never guessed, to be honest. I mean, I guess it was that one tiny little flashback, but I saw that as him being more of a coward than a pacifist. Well, what am I to say? What a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past, who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Dangguanyan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining's gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Dude, you think you're sane? Xichun sauntered away, but Xichun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... She's not impressed. My lady? Xichun seems deeply engrossed in thought. I guess we did get a bunch of the combat classes this time around. Well, humanities is going up. Oh, she's taking a rest? If she's taking a... She has 0 morale. Wait, does the rest give her morale back? Mandatory class. Why is she low? I think that last spar took her out of it. If that's the case, I mean, she's probably gonna get her morale back from sleeping. How's Sinclair, actually? Curious how Sinclair is. Sinclair's doing fine. Sinclair will, do stuff. What's her stats right now? 5'9", 434, 58, so she's equivalent to level 58. 59. Let's see, who do we give you? Let's give you this guy, and worked with Ryoshu. Well, let's see what... Have I tried Don Quixote with you? I don't know if I tried Don Quixote with you. I probably should do this anyway so that we can get Sinclair also up. Unless he's part of the resting. In which case, let's do... Did I do you with Otis? Did I pair you up with Otis? You two seem like you would get along well together. I guess it doesn't show yet. Guess we'll find out. Xichun is a prick? I agree. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. Don't worry, it's just at the time of the month. It's that time of the month, she'll be fine. It's all useless, isn't it? Xichun? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast by lamplights. So, would it mean anything for me to, you know, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those bastards who only thought in their empty heads... Wait, to those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms? Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is that a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? No. We're skipping class today. Well, I've rarely done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh. I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it. Oh, a friend? You mean Cromer? You mean Cromer showing her your basement that one time. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? I think maybe it was only for that one time back in the past, but I don't know if she still considers Cromer a friend these days. I mean, Cromer's kind of dead anyway. My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Luxu Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a few decades ago. Well, a decade ago. Turned the pond foul and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bother bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. Isn't a willow like one of those dead trees? Could be Damien? Yeah, I don't think Damien would skip class. I still feel like Damien is a figment of everyone's imagination. I don't know, he just feels that way. The willow tree reached deep into the ponds with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleaning the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit if it's alright with you? Xichun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. Aw, cute Xichun! Actually, being able to take a break. Why are they like watching from afar though? Oh wow, I didn't realize how long Xichun's hair actually was. It's all braided up, but it's like this long. What the heck? Watch out for shark. Wait, there actually is a shark there. Why is there a shark there? The heck? You weren't kidding. I avoided this place for so long. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around, and you are that root. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes. I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart too. You had some change of heart too? Yeah, she also has some change of heart. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Morale recovered. And now we're back to lessons. Oh yeah, I guess he also had some recovery there too. Are we thinking it's a mutation? I mean, it could be. Oh, right. Oh, wait. We have to take a class with mandatory class. Let's put people I haven't put with you before. Let's put Honglu and Don Quixote, because why not? Dun 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 dun. And I will not get over the I will not get over this being his temporary sprite for this. I feel like Heathcliff so far has the most different sprites. I guess among the singers, because he also had the LCB jacket on during the Hohenheim thing, and then he changed his bat from Revenge to Remember, and now this. It's just kind of funny. Right, class, here's a new task to help you lot learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. So don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy we were put against? No, but maybe you should sometimes. I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of ways. There are other ways to do that, and I'm pretty sure the other Heathcliff wasn't quite as brutish as you are. You are much more of a brute than he is. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been there. Here's what I think. Neither of you've got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back in the assembly hall, am I right? Xichun maintained her silence, the old scar in her pride growing sore again. So let me help you grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. You can cook. Okay, how could I... Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you two, I built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah? Well, shut up, Heathcliff. Dude, is that all you can do? Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing up there is standing around trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's gonna sting a little. Does it? Does it? That's it, you little shite. I got to him. Is what I would have said back in the day. Oh, you know what? That's true. You're a lot better than you used to. You don't fly off the handle like you used to. And I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. And looks like both of you had the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Always left Sinclair and Xichun here? Yeah, I can see why they're shippable. I don't know why they're together. Other than we gotta teach Sinclair also how to like grow a backbone. Hopefully he finally grows a backbone eventually. Post Canto 6 is goated. Post Canto 6 Heath is... I think he's a bit more somber than what he used to be. Because he's the only one that remembers Kathy. And he's got to take that with him throughout his entire journey. He doesn't want to forget. So he's got to be a little bit more in control of himself. Huh? You mean us? Me and Xichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is this what besties is supposed to mean? Xichun asked with considerable confusion. Some besties do that, some don't. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Okay. But we're not gonna see that. Oh no, wait, are we actually fighting?
중요한 건 내가 어떤
Wait,
사람인지
did
알잖아.
I... Is this the... No, I don't think I built up Sinclair to be this boss fight, did I? What's this? Heal 10 SP every turn, gain 1 min-max speed. And... Oh, he keeps getting stronger each turn. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Base skills powers gain 1 clash, gain 4 offense levels. Oh yeah, you know what, Xichun, you have your work cut out for you. If this unit is staggered, recover from stagger, then gain a sign. Oh, we're gonna awaken the dragon here. All right. Go, Xichun.
좋아. 굳이 파겠다.
It was pointed that it gives Xichun a decimate. Also, excuse to give Sinclair more experience. Yeah, they did say that. Oh, but Sinclair having that passive. I wonder if he's gonna get that in the future.
꽃처럼 화려한
It would be nice if his base ID at least has that passive eventually. Oh dang, Xichun! Why does my Ishmael Station not do that move? Holy crap, she's evolved. Okay, Sinclair. I'm sorry, but you have to lose here.
자, 알고 있는 걸
Ooh, about to
전부
get
말해.
staggered? Also, you're getting stronger and stronger? Oh, A sign?
전부 보인다고.
Oh dang, that's stagger damage.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Dang, she almost got you. Do you have the sign now? Well, he has the status effect. Yep. Heal 30 SP next turn. Expires end of turn? Wait, you only get that for 1 turn? What's the point then? What I am seeing though is Sinclair is finally getting the what do you call this? An aura. What's this one? Growth? Rupture? Alright, let's see what you can do. I think... Oh! She lost! Not doing a whole lot of damage, but she did lose that roll. Well, even if he did lose everything, it would still have attacked. The attack would have still gone through because of the unbreakable coins. But it's amazing he actually won that. Never got to see that, really? Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I thought. Nah, it wasn't close at all. Good match. Jeez, do most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began. But Sinclair has a potential. He's literally the potential man of this group. I thought for sure that Xichun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Xichun had as a family hire candidate. But perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to the mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. Okay, here's the question that I have, because I'm not sure if I missed it during his kanto. When did Sinclair get that mark on his forehead? Because if I'm not mistaken, it was only on his bad end ID. But I haven't seen it technically anywhere else. Not even during the story, unless I just misremembered stuff from way back then. But yeah, I hope there's gonna be an actual thing in the future. You alright, Sinclair? Huh? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed a single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It was during his struggle with Cromer. Oh, okay, so maybe during that time then. So that's when it started. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha Land. Wait, it showed up in La Mancha Land? But considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown similar marks, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody. But there's something behind your eyes that tells me your life hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. Yeah, his family kind of died. That might have something to do with it. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face a whole terrible world all on my own. And that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave Danganyan on my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I just feel just as lost back home though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home. Some time ago, we paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and primping his hair. He doesn't want to hear about that. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Remembering Kathy. I remember Kathy. Don't you worry about it. No combos? I guess not. Alright, we need to get some morale back in this last few days. Who's Kathy? Right. The woman in the casket. Shit. What was her name again? Oh wait, never mind. We got the morale back. Yay! How to survive passive? Wait, what is this passive? This is new. I want to see. Conditions must be met. Oh, I guess I can't see it unless we're actually in a battle. Alright. You know, I've never actually looked at your stuff before. Okay. But let's go ahead and put you here. Who else have I not put together with you? How many more Faust combinations have I not found? Let's put you there. Let's put Otis there. And maybe let's also put... Dang, I want to put Heathcliff here. Not Mersaw. Why not? Let's put Mersaw here just for funsies. We only have a few days left anyway. Okay, so nothing there. But we do have a combo with these two. So that's gonna help a little bit. And then we over comboed with Mersaw. Too much. Apathetic response. Hierarch of Hyungwon. Passive improved. Oh, he has to be here. Who did we have with you before? Ryoshu, Honglu. I guess let's put Honglu with you. And then Honglu with... I want to put Rhodia. Just to see what we get for this combo. Actually, no. Let me put you with... Yi Sang. I want to see if this brings out anything. Max out Dawn on Rhodia? I don't think it matters at this point. Honestly, it might not matter at this point, but I will put them in like the next day because we need to get our morale back. Oh wait, I thought we were gonna talk with you. No talk. Oh wait, here's the talk. There's the talk. So, are you gonna teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began, yet my other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what got you to pounding all lesson. Woo-wee! Now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as long as you swung your sticks? Forget all things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffles of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence become as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms. Break the mold, become the flow. Let only your will remain, and that's why you're always drunk. Who are you, Mr. Mysterious Night Drifter? Why are you so broke, yet you come with so much wisdom with you? Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Xichun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Xichun and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. I guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits what Yi Sang utters from time to time. To lose one's nose with eyes open. I don't know what that means. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach a state of emptiness of mind. This. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? To empty your mind already. I'd have taught you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No way, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? This. It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, hooey! That's some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approached the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I am only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't recall don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. That's answer enough, my dude. The past is like smoke. I have long emptied any history worth delving into. Smoke, you say? Were you in the smoke war? Because that kind of makes some sense. Alright. More humanities. Alright, so what we need now is... I guess we'll try to put Rhodia and Don Quixote together, even though that's overkill on morale. But I want to see if they combo with this guy. So we will put you there. And we will put you two here. And see how this goes. Actually, you know what would be funny? This is gonna be like the smallest stat gain ever. But I want to see what the 3 morale givers have to give us this time. Oh wow, that actually does give something. Plus 50% stats from class. Class success rate minus 10% with Rhodia. Okay. But we also have the plus 40% success rate. So which is it? Not so solitary gourmets. Plus 50% stats. Nice. And then you also get plus 40%. Okay, cool. That's 2 combos right there. Maybe 3 combos? Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but... honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. Yeah, Dante, you're supposed to teach a class, but they saved you for the end, apparently. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have to... it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Hearts. By the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Message of the Hearts is anonymity. Here people can anonymously share their concerns. I have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. You can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the mask of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of it. Let's see. The one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. It might be anonymous, but the writing style and maybe the handwriting will give people away. It must be typed. It must be typed. Oh, I've got to ask. Do those consultations even do anything? Does this massive anonymity even do anything? Oh, I wonder who that could be. Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you got to whinge, If you got to whine, one at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say. So, yeah, I got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Who's your neighbor? Something about a smoking head over and over again. Smoking head? Smoking head? Who are you talking about? Ryoshu? The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. I mean, that's kind of what it is. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares herald the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? Ah, Otis. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm not supposed to know it's Otis. Someone who calls us the executive manager. If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here speaking to my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if this is just me, but it sounds like it might be Ishmael? Someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? Yep, I knew it. I got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. Again? It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmorta trenches. We're going to have to reestablish some house rules soon. Who would even want your compass? A theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way. We'd never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally. Someone finally submitted a real concern here. Oh, it's Faust? Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion? Or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Okay, nice that you figured that out, Faust. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Oh, is this Rhodia? Yeah, that's Rhodia. Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? What? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, huh? Why would someone smash an alarm clock on our clock head? Clearly it's Argalia. We're missing the cape. We're missing the cape for Argalia. But the hair is kind of there. I can see it. You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. Alright, let's see if we can get any clues from this entire thing. There is a coin. And there's a clock. This could be Dante's face. Dead body reported in admin. Nah, I'm reporting you. We're calling a meeting right now. Who is it? Who's the imposter here? Man, I haven't seen a Among Us gameplay in a long time. I kind of miss it now. I know back in the day, people used to play it all the time, and I kind of got sick of it. But I kind of miss it every once in a while, you know? It's like, just once in a while. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide? There's rolls now? Wait, I don't think there were rolls when I first saw them. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but... I'm telling ya, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. It's possible, but I don't see how he could be that clumsy. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock broken due to shock at the time of the incident was pointing precisely at 22:32. Why? And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. You and who else? Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 2200, one of those 2 individuals who were on night watch duty was... Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante. Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think about it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but yeah, Greg, what about it? I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only two among us who smoke. Was it Ryoshu? Ryoshu, why'd you do that for? But one of them stayed up in his room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove upon thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. Self-reporting. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duel of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. Aha! To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, his tale beginneth verily in the year 575. After a very long read later. Alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus I convinced young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs, though 'twas pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket. For that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. So it was you! You're the one that took Ishmael's compass! As a prop? Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna. Another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. He's not gonna like that. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tuny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. So, we had a few complaints, and a whole investigation worth of notes. None of it was actually anonymous. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC. It's all in abbreviations. GWNN and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so... Unfortunately, the plot thickens. Guys, does anyone know what that note said? Guys, are we actually gonna try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like it's been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoving a tuning fork in my head. Guys? I got no clue. This is unreadable. She could have at least put something else in here, but that's completely unreadable. Alright, that's it. Clockhead, read up. I'm going to confront Assad and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him, instead of whining in his sleep. Now where is he? Hey, nice. I mean, looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante, fare you well. It is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself into a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. Really? What happened there? To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off as part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame, and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was... I mean, that sinner! I still don't know how this happened, but okay. The thing fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns number one sinner's paper. Okay. This has to be the key to resolving this case. I thought we were doing class. What happened just now? I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering? Oh, you ever find yourself wondering? Wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat. Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yi-sang. It's not like we have any other way to tell than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check? While the manager's asleep. Gulp. Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Yi-sang? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off! Yeah, you have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you, rats. Playing a played-out prank. Found. Wait. Was Ryoshu trying to say who the culprit was? Ah! And that is indeed the full tale of what transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation of a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. You? Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Ocha was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit I couldn't bring myself to, you know? I can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you the truth? To tell you another truth? I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Xichun. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me. But it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues slowly and overcoming them. Well, I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that that ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about a physical training of his combat prowess. It's about something more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. About his past and the path that lies ahead. The guilt and pressure of having failed to confront it. I mean, technically speaking, you did kind of try to confront it, but you were so kind of out of it that you couldn't really do anything about it, and Damon kind of saved your ass too. So a little hard to confront your issues back then with everything that happened. It was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're on this buzz, isn't it? You know, you could just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. I just don't feel like it. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was a ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, yeah, don't bother. I just need a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. And that's how they teach Xichun to feel with her heart. Very roundabout way, with Dante not really actually doing anything. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So, what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. So, she was gonna rat them out. Alright, did I find all the combos? Or, oh dang, there are still some combos yet to be found. But who could it be? It doesn't matter at this point, but there are still some more. Alright, if I have to guess... Maybe we put Yiseng with... Did I put you and Heathcliff together before? I may not have. Let's put you with... Rhodia? Does that even make any sense? Oh, we got a combo. Family Matters. Very nice. That's one. Yay! Huge success in class. Very nice. And Rhodey has nothing. That's alright. We just recovered. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jia Xichun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you'll be facing off against a skilled foe from the Zhu or the Shi family. Of course, you will doubtlessly wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Xichun. You guys really didn't have to come all out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions, in case things go awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our entry to the classroom... Bao Chai? We were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Xichun. To have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Zhu Bao Chai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, big sis Bao Chai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Xichun and Bao Yu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bao Yu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize and taste its juices before anyone else, okay? We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, how do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes, as the days go by, fill me with abundance. If only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking... I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. Just found out Limbus Company is having an exhibition while you're visiting Japan. Nice! That's... I did see that announcement. I just wasn't sure when it was happening. But nice! Check it out if you can. Let us know how it was. Be interesting. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who has sent you that guest lecturer? Oh, it wasn't you? Xichun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, isn't it? Oh, right. Xichun is it being a snake right now? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yanchun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. I must hasten after the palanquin, before I lose track of them. Wei sprinted outside even before Zhu Baochai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. You're talking about Wei? Oh! It seems Wei has become hoarse. I heard the galloping. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigong was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exam she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Bao Chai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Zhu Baochai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Oh, dang, that was a very, very long node. What else do we have? Hopefully not another 13 nodes. I'm looking at the time. And we are at node 4 out of 12. And this one took frickin' forever. Well, the classes are all done, so I guess I can go back up here. The heck? Huh. A terrible jest Jia Yuanchun plays down to the very last. Too much time has passed already. I have already given her clan, including Wei, instruction to keep their eyes on the palanquin as I observe such strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places to which one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to... Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to her fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map that with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As the time is not on our side, the Heisho Packs and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyuan, now shut down. Bingan Residence Support Zone. It is a policy Jia Yuanchun and the former Jiamu pursued. The policy was indefinitely tabled and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it, but I find it hard to believe that Jia Yuanchun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to be to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yuanchun would employ such underhanded, under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her out from under the table and make her regret it. Okay. No fight here. Right. Oh, but there is a fight here. Oh wait, hold up. What's this? Oh crap. Growth. Growth history. Wow. Okay. I guess let's just use the Heisho pack. Why not? Let's just do this quickly. We hurried ourselves along the winding passages of Hongyuan. At first, I thought we might have been able to move faster and had the Mephistopheles been here with us. But walking through the winding irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing in Hongyuan. Already. Upon our arrival at the location, Zhigang pointed out to us. Something emerged from the dark. A figure. No, 4 small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded. Oh, we're fighting Heisho? There's a different Heisho pack, isn't it? Is this the snake? The shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. Oh yeah, it's snake. See branch of the Heisho packs. They don't belong to the family hierarchy. Oi, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way out of this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right. We don't have any time to waste. Chan-chan out of all the boss themes? Dang, I don't know if any of the boss themes really were boss theme-like. Apart from maybe a few of them. But, I don't know, I kind of like Hero, even though Hero didn't really feel like a boss theme. Chan-chan also didn't really feel like a boss theme. But maybe... Honestly, the boss themes, the Kanto boss themes, don't seem to be like your typical boss themes. They're just more reflections for the characters themselves, which is fine. I don't think I've really ran into a boss theme that actually felt like one. Unless you count Ricardo. But Ricardo is just a different story. Ricardo is special. He brings his own theme song with his, I guess, the boombox. Lei Hang? I'll be honest, I don't remember Lei Hang's boss theme. It didn't register to me when I was doing that. The only themes that really stick to my mind are the Kanto bosses. That's really it. Everything else just feels a little bit too melodic, instrumental. Not enough difference between them to really get a hold of it. Let's see what's going on here. Do this, and this. Morosi just did zone out the music. I guess if I meet Lei Hang in Mirror Dungeon, then I'll be able to hear it more. I didn't realize you could actually fight the Kanto bosses in Mirror Dungeon. I ran into... who was it? I ran into Ahab recently. And that was kind of annoying because you have to beat her like 3 times. But I also remember you had to fight Cromer also. So, I mean, you did fight Cromer at one point before. If they did the Heathcliff boss fight for the, like, if they did the Heathcliff boss fight in Mirror Dungeon, I feel like that would be super annoying. Because there are like so many phases. Do they also do the Don Quixote boss fight in Mirror Dungeon, or no? Because if they do, I feel like they do? Dang, that's a long one. That is a long one. Man, I wish we were able to... I wish we were able to get the Arc Knights bosses in Mirror Dungeon. I know we can't do that anymore, and it only appeared when it was available. But it would be nice, you know. I'm just saying, it would be nice. Extreme, which is hidden. Really? There's secret bosses in Mirror Dungeon. Interesting. How do you trigger that? Rerun tomorrow. You wish. Dang, Ishmael Xichun. Why could you not be as good as the actual Xichun? I want a refund now. Not really hidden. One of the hidden bosses also includes the April Fool's bosses. Oh, someone did mention Virgilius. So I'm assuming it's that one. Yeah, I guess I wasn't streaming at the time when the April Fool's stuff happened. Remember streaming much later than that. Well, let's see. Let me take care of something here. Have you seen the April Fools? I have. I've seen the first April Fools, the one where Dante was knocked out and we saw all the different mirror worlds. I do have that video up in the channel. And I did see the other April Fools. What was that? I think that was also another dream. Where everyone switched personalities. That was funny. You know what's even funnier though? Is that we got some of those expressions back on Mersaw. Mersaw with actual expressions in this Intervallo, which came straight from that thing. Also gives you ego gifts. 2 of them at least makes Extreme much easier. I see. Yeah. Wait, are the April Fool's stuff in the archives? Or are they not in the archives anymore? Yeah, I kind of wish they put the Arc Knight story in the archives too. But I don't think that's even there. Blah. I'm so... I'm like burping. Got too much gas in my stomach. What the heck? Oh, the Heisho pack's gone? Alright. How many more fights? Because that was a very, very long node, and now we're just rushing to save. Wait, hold up, that's different. Horse? Wait! Wait, why we gotta fight you? Oh crap, are you the boss of this Intervallo? You gotta be the boss of this Intervallo. Wait, what's going on? The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle, also evidenced by corpses of Sea Branch Heisho torn wildly about the room. Who's that? That is Wei as a horse sang. A bloodied beast rises ponderously from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait. No way. Think about it, think about the reason why the hidden boss fights against Virgilius isn't lore accurate, because Virgilius Karen. Right. She doesn't know how to use Xichun, man. Loki surprised through Patches of Violets, the most popular song on Millie. It kind of is. I'm surprised also. I thought Hero would be more popular, but yeah. Personally, I still like the Fly My Wings. I like to listen to it whenever I feel a little bit down sometimes. Hold on, his eyes. Something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us, he's... Rhodia cuts off abruptly, having noticed that something didn't feel right. Away. Away with you. The hooves intermittently kick up the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Limbus snakes dare trespass. Your hideous coils. I will crush them to mulch under my hooves. Your way, right? He's completely lost it. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust. Right, and I think I saw he was level 75, so let me see if he has any debuffs on him. Otherwise, I'm going to be popping Durante. He's got stacks. Lose 15 offense and defense. That only brings him down to 60. I guess technically we're also at 60. Did he distort? Nah, this ain't a distortion. This is I think he used to be a Heisho. What does this do? Set all units offense and defense level to the average of all units abilities. Okay. You know what? Wait, if he has minus 15, let's make this easier on us. Let's make him even weaker. Just because I can. All right, Wei. Let's calm you down just a little bit. And Yoshu, you're over here. Go. 2,000 HP. Holy crap. I'm not even looking at your kit. I know Wei Sang's kit. I think. We just gotta beat you up a little bit. Actually, I feel like this isn't helping any, because I think everyone's level 60. But my hope was his level 75 and my level 60s average out. So that's gonna make him even weaker. I don't know if it works that way though. Oh, we still... Oh, dang, he has negative coins. Wait, I'm making him stronger. I'm making him stronger by making him lose sanity. Oh. I did not think this through. Do you guys have your stacks? Alright. Good luck!
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리자.
I mean, I guess we still want you to have negative, but no, wait. We want you to have positive. So someone's gotta, he's gotta win his clashes once in a while. Crap. It's fine. He's at 0. He's at 0. He's at 0. It's fine. It's fine. Wei, meet Wei Sang. Mersa, please win your role. Oh, Mersa, please. Why did you lose your clashes? Mursaw, please lock in.
상정외의 공격이었어. 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 순 없겠군. 설마 알고
Lost too many clashes.
총알값 아까울 놈. 패잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고
who
있을 때
staggered?
13번 수감자.
Oh,
평소처럼
okay, okay.
멱살 좋게
You staggered.
같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
Let's see, this goes here. Let's have you counter that. Yisang. That's fine, but I also want to get you some stacks, so let's go. But the person on the cover for Between Two Worlds kind of looks like Ray from Evangelion. I haven't seen it. Did I not bring Sinclair? Sinclair wasn't in the foreground, no. I know he probably got a new passive, but I don't think I thought about that. So yeah, no Sinclair, sadly. Come on, Mursaw, win the clashes. I think this horse needs to be sent to the factory.
시간이 무한하지 않죠.
Oh.
이제 끝장을 내야 할
I guess Greg lost.
대가가 없는
No, Greg died
그 어디에도 없을
because we have Dawn now. Well, crap.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Hey, wait, how high is your stag? Oh, jeez. That stagger bar is so far down. I feel like even if I try to gang up on him, we're not gonna get it. It needs to be pretty close though before I start doing that. Wait, you have a new status? Is that a concussion status effect? Come on, Mursaw.
전력으로 상대해봐.
Why? Oh, okay, good damage, good damage. Not terrible, not great, but not terrible. Didn't register that this way to the other way was it before this fight? It literally says way there. How could people miss that? Okay, what's your stagger bar at? Do you think we should go all in? Should we go all in on one? I don't think we have the resources for this. How do I know what your HP the bar is at? 1219. Can we do 200 something damage? We can. Alright everyone, go all in. I need you to deal a lot of damage.
시간 끌 것 없이 모두를 지워버려.
Avoided reading the passive because of no spoiler. Fair enough. Come on, get staggered. Also, I didn't realize until this fight that you can actually see the HP for their stagger. So, would have been nice to find out that out sooner because I've gone all in on some people and haven't actually gotten them staggered. Alright, Parlon! Sadly, I don't have all my skill 3s. Actually, I don't think I have any skill 3s. Whoops. That was my bad. Hopefully it's still some decent damage.
시간이 무한하진
Oh,
않죠.
what? Really? We gotta go.
이제
We
끝장을
got
내야
to... Holy crap. What is that?
것도 대가가 없는
Okay, no, it just says it does like 230 something damage, but we can clash that. Who wants to clash it? You can clash it, you can clash it. Because, can anyone clash it? Base power minus 12. I just want to go all in. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Okay, all in.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
회풍.
Unbreakable coins were before this. What the heck? How did you only find unbreakable coins at this fight? Okay, all of that got broken. Thank you. Yay! Come on, Dawn. I'm not asking for a miracle, but maybe I am.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어.
Okay, we're gonna be taking a lot of one-sided attacks, and that is okay. This is almost done. Oh, came back after Kanto 8 release? Okay, okay.
과연
This is fine. We're not getting totally wiped out. We actually are taking very little damage considering we took a bunch of one-sided attacks,
야호. 이기는 편.
which is
우리
surprising.
편.
Okay, who wants to take one for the class? Again. Let's do that again.
만만찮겠군. 운이 하지.
넌 품을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I do like going all in on one coin. It just feels so good. Hey, Wei, you're back to normal. Are you okay? Hey, are you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must. Listen, buddy, you're not looking so good. That nasty wound Lei Heng gave you is starting to bleed again. Jiao Xichun's Heisho will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Xichun's going to be just okay. Totally. Did I already forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such great heights. She could have risen much higher than where she now stands. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in the stream of the past. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? Xichun became the Hierarch to transform Hongyuan into a nest that serves its lowest. Oh wow, very short after battle talk? It'll be fine.
들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔
I guess since there's a bunch of fights. Oh, we're fighting you again.
잘 놀다
Alright,
보니까
well, I guess it's time to break the
필수하지 않은
Sinclair out.
장치는 팁이다.
Wait, I don't get to choose who to fight with. It was you? You're Bixer's Yuanchun's final exam? If you were gonna kill me anyway, why don't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy as waste, would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Dangguan Yuan's full of backstabbers anyway. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. It is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in Hongyuan and the city. Normally, those type of people wait until my guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powder. So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at a local Kezan, which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh? What? My life has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths, drifting hither and thither as the currents took me. A meaningless life of having gained nor left nothing behind. And left behind nothing. I was saying the same. And wouldn't you know it, this kid would just become the next hierarch. For the first time in the history of the family hierarchs I'd seen, refuse the true master of Hongyuan. Oh, are you talking about the worm? You know something about the worm? Those with vision for the future of Hongyuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. And Hongyuan, trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocating. The other pupil, who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons as nothing more than an extra, may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of frolicking with a bumbling hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, but particularly nasty pupil, are you talking Sinclair is nasty? It seems that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Hey. Despite the present circumstance, my lesson have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come then, never once have I taught a pupil who would fall at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you are a pupil of mine anyway. Oh, is this Xichun versus this guy? Oh. Alright, let's ring the gong!
내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Ringing the gong. Oh! Oh, Xichun. Okay, thank you. I thought you were about to lose that first clash. Next!
꽃처럼 화려하는 바람처럼
How much HP do you have anyway, dude?
벌처럼
1,000? That's pretty hefty. Oh, dang. Xichun is tearing through you. Holy crap. I don't know where she got all those bleed from, but you are getting stacked with a bunch of bleed.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Can we have the Xichun? Can I get rid of my Ishmael Xichun? Oh, staggered.
다른 누구도 아닌
But he doesn't get
나
staggered.
자신을 들여다봐야 해.
He just heals up. Oh, you actually lost that one. True decapitation slash. But that was just a what do you call this? That was just the cutscene. I think she needed to lose that one.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Oh dang.
의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
Hierarch Rescue Operation 3. We're back.
떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
You know, I'm gonna rearrange this just so we can get Sinclair in there. So we will put you and then I guess we you and you. There we go. We got the chicken in. Personally, I would like to use
늦으면
Sinclair, Philip Sinclair,
위야.
but I guess that's not happening anytime soon because fire kind of sucks in story. We need some ego gifts for fire to actually make it work. Though bleed would also be kind of nice. I guess bleed kind of does work. The thing with the Heisho pack is, at least in story mode, it's not really about the rupture. You kind of get a little bit of a poise, but it's all the follow-up attacks, which is kind of crazy. That's the reason why they're so freaking strong. Holy crap. Okay, let's try to get that passive in.
시간 끌 것 없이
Actually, I didn't look if Sinclair had that passive right now. Probably should check. Sinclair has the passive! Oh, wow. I wonder if this is only gonna be for this Intervallo. Because if that's permanent, that's gonna be huge. I doubt he's gonna get that permanently though. I haven't. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't think I've seen Otis Heisho at all, so I don't even know where to get her. Oh wow, the base, all the passives. It keeps on increasing. He's gonna keep getting stronger and stronger. Faust defense skill, you can use it to block non-clashing skills. Oh yeah, that's actually kind of helpful. It sometimes doesn't like work because the clash is too strong, but I do appreciate that it's there. Season 5? Okay, I'll look at Season 5. I couldn't find it for some reason. So they had Otis Heisho all the way back then? Wait, which Kanto was Season 5? Was that Kanto 6? So all the way back with the butlers? Yeah, because that's kind of a really, really long time ago. Feels weird not doing MD for farming. Fair. Pao Mao uses S3 instead of Flash Blade Defense 2. Nice. How are we cleaning up here, guys? Are they gone? Oh, that wasn't the last of them. We still have these two over here. And guess what? It is 11 attacks versus you guys. So someone's gonna die here, like really, really badly. Oh, how did you survive that? Nice. And then they're all gone. Okay. How many more do we got? We got 2 more. This is a fight. When the student becomes the master. So we're gonna need Sinclair here because he has all the clash power. Oh wait. They're still fighting. And he has now 3000 HP. What? Don't lose. Do not lose. Moisture MD is easy. I usually use Burn MD. What are people's MD teams? Because I kind of feel like, I kind of feel like Burn is pretty good at wiping out groups at a time. Alright, old man, don't die so easily. Xichun just used the essence of Otis. Oh dang, he's got a bunch of unbreakable points, huh? Now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen Xichun's resistances. That is also a lot of voice stacks. Holy crap. She can solo this. I need to see your stacks. I need to see your passives. Apply 2 offense and defense up. Starting turn 3, gain offense up. Before attack, targeted enemies gain +1 blunt resist. Target enemy gains +1 blunt resist. Why? Okay. And then Chanya's sword. There's where our poise comes from. End turn, +15 poise, potency, and heal SP. Have all removable negative effects from all allies, including this unit. Wow. That is a lot of buffs. No wonder she's so strong. POW torture technique. If target is bind or bleed, gain clash power up. Wow. Protection. God of gamblers. On clash win without any coins, regardless whether they hit or not. Every coin flip by that skill down to the final coin flips heads. And the final coin deals +30% damage. Holy crap. She is broken. Baja Banana Bolus. Banana Bolus? I guess that's where we get the rupture from. On clash, lose, gain a bunch of stuff also. So I guess she just has to lose a clash. But that doesn't happen very often. She is almost unstoppable.
이거지?
Come on, staggered. Xichun! Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of Hongyuan for nothing, huh? They must have to get between me and my pupil's spar. They just had to get between me and my pupil's spar. And you are silent. You too. Master, wait. You've been working for Zhao Xichun the whole time? Well, who do you think sent this guy? Of course he's been working with her. Haven't you known me long enough by now to tell, brief as our acquaintance has been, my service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and the master stabbing his pupil in her back, isn't it? Just as Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument. Oh, another Heisho. The Heisho beast who followed us into the room swung their purple arm at Xichun without hesitation. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into a considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends? We're stopped inches from Xichun's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your homes. I'll even give you an excuse you could give to your lord. Say that you had to withdraw, as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. We serve the same client. Might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, huh? Okay. But the Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. Or not okay. Fine, I didn't think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your leash. Hooey. Too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose this should at least make for a fairer fight, with all of her teachers being here and all. You... I don't recall ever teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine, it's not like stopping one attack makes you our ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble wungguan here in Hongyuan once this contract is over. Alright, where's Xichun? Oh wait, Xichun's not here. Oh no, Xichun's there. Xichun's there, she's angry, and so is Sinclair. Alright, that is a lot of arrows. I do not know where things are going. Okay, let's have you defend. Go ahead and use that. I think we should be okay. I kind of don't want to use S3, but it's a little hard not to use S3, so we'll use S3.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
And there's Xichun wiping the floor out of every freaking one. Holy crap. she has gotten strong enough to be an actual boss. I'm glad we don't have to fight her. She still can't beat Confucius, but she's getting there, just a little bit. All right, Hosang, I believe in you.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지는 않군요.
이런 일에
Probably should have put someone else there who can take the clash.
였습니다.
And here's our fake Xichun, not doing as much damage as the real Xichun. Sadness. I kind of wish he could at least temporarily just take some of the status effects. Oh wait, what's going on here? Okay, true decapitation. I think for true decapitation, I want. Can you do that? Favor. Actually, who's clashing it? Neutral? Nah, that's not good enough. How about you? Neutral. Okay, so you do this. This one's gonna die. You have to use the S3. There's no reason not to. Ryoshu's fine. Yep, go for it.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
Come on, Xichun, get them out of here. The less of them there are, the more we can focus on the other guy.
그래,
내 뒤.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
Ooh,
이 처리는
Nice.
빠르게 하는 편이
beat that clash.
방법이지.
Oh, how much damage was that? Oh, no follow-up attack because we didn't have the stacks. That's alright. Oh, come on, Ishmael. They were staggered, I think. Why didn't you get them? We are good here. Alright. This one's going there. A little too late to try to get that passive, but that's okay. And you're out of there. Very nice.
내 뒤.
Dang, the chicken has hands. Or claws, as I should say. He was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way with which he carried himself. We'd already experienced a hint of his strength then, when he invaded our room during the Family Hierarch War and swiftly took out his target before leaving. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heisho. We can't fight him and the C branch off at the same time. But if we were to try to create a distance between us and where the C branch were waiting to strike us, the Night Drifter will definitely try to exploit that opening. Considering that we had to keep Xichun safe, I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. It is hard to recall your training outside your lessons. Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop constantly eyeing at the door like a novice. See? The snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. You're stalling until the Heisho packs of the Family Hierarch arrive. Your strategies and thoughts are plain as day. I see. That's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. The Night Drifter produced another tree branch from his clothes and quickly cast it toward the doorway behind which the Heisho were gathered. And with a thwack, the heavy roof atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hit an invisible weakness of the brickwork with a branch. I thought I'd given you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? This disc. The bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hongyuan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Are you talking about Lei Hong? Yet what use is all that if he could not stop his little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? Unless you're talking about yourself. The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in return, leaving behind my rooms, my steel. I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believed the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hongyuan as well. Just as it had for this useless drunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, doubt reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see? The sun rises even in Hongyuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound. Keep the venom within, and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form. One who aims to bring change to these lands must do so without the knowledge of curmudgeons, too logged in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind. In Hongyuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight. Do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Heisho stray from your presence again. Not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed. Yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, Master. Then, do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the hierarch of Hongyuan to let live a fell assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Xichun wordlessly tightened the grip of her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. And now we kill him? Are you just looking for a place to die, my dude? Because if you have life insurance, we can just bring you back. Pretty sure that was more than lethal. Oh! Oh, dang, that's actually pretty good. She did like an Akuma kind of thing. Holy crap. That needs money. Dang. The Night Drifter stumbled. He smelt of pungent bitter wine. When the unsieved dregs of old, cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear, crisp water shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's apricity. Can we get the Xichun? Can we upgrade our Xichun to be that Xichun? I know I've said it so many times, but I really, really want that. Okay, well here comes the vote of no confidence. So, yeah. Hopefully, this proves to everyone that she is fit. The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous unaffiliated assassin, only known as a Night Drifter. As he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hongwan. Oh, I kind of... Dang, really? Oh, that's kind of sad. I kind of wish he was alive. Xichun needed to do what she needed to do. Dang it. I hear that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say, it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Dan Guanyan. I can only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guest and I were assaulted by Heisho's C branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes to that particular location at that specific time, Big Sister Yuan-chun? Is that so? Yet they testified that their presence was only to eliminate the drifter of the night who dared sneak into Dangguanyan. Earlier than your own Heisho pack even. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master, in your impatience to see my growth, ask that same master to harm me. You've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boor's executioner of Hong Yuan, who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently, out of his own volition. Xichun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that people Dangyuanyan aren't the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of depth for the task. But Yuan-chun, I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured, I won't ever forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me. But you know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarch war. Sure, Big Sister Yuan-chun might know more about the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now. She might fill your pockets for now. But in the long run, you know she does not have Hyungwon's best interests at heart. Inadequate I might be, but I am still the chief executive director here at H Corp. And you, dear big sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q Corp. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hong Yuan needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision of this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear. A place where no one needs to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hong Yuan. For H Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had such vast ambitions. She's really saying it. The Great Four Houses and I, we ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Dangguanyan's growth never seemed to stop. While more and more people outside it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate with us, we will. No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I've clearly explained my will. Forget about all of your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Xichun. In case you didn't know, winning those exams has done nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch? Not that you'd understand. It's true. With how often she's changed the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed in stark contrast with the hierarch, who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for administrative purposes. Thus, the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty, she knows when to be serious. And I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it. And she remembered my name. With her eloquence, strategic prowess, and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for her position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. If she's got the handle on how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would seem to be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I say she is someone of rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. She Jing, she Wanzhen, Wazhao, and Wan Xichun. Omitted, she's been at the center of all kinds of fun. Was Jupan also made a statement? He's been all the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gained my neck. Just think about the amusement she'll bring us the family hierarch. And even Jupan, who shared his sentiment via letter, voted against a motion of no confidence. So, formality. Right. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duties, or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both sound of mind and body, and I can handle all duties appertaining to the seat of the family hierarch. Which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was, wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to obtain. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please do watch your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you've reached the peak. There goes a perfect opportunity to take control of Hongyuan. But our time shall come. Hongyuan without the Zhanghuang worm will fall behind and get crushed under the heels of progress. Then... nothing. Oh, Bao Chai, what's going on here? Bao Yu said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Bao Chai. Crawling in the muck alongside those lowly plebeians must have dulled his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Bao Yu won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not... Come with me to Q Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word? That I can make him return. The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H Corp, they will hardly have the wherewithal to fix their eyes on the goings of Q Corp. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H Corp to Bao Yu. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens Jia Xichun. But I have nothing... Poor little Bao Chai. Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to eliminate what use you may be to me. Worry not. I am your only remaining light after all, aren't I? You are. Oh, dang. Jishu has the official drip now. Jishu version 2. With Xichun watching us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared for our departure from Dangwonyan. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seems that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around this area for a little while. Not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H Corp. We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? Xichun, we'll be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here, please. Don't even think about looking back. Xichun exaggeratedly waves her hand to make us leave. Hey, if we ever get the chance... Yeah, fat chance. I'm sure we both had more than our fill to each other, of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. Well then, if you ever need our help, our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs whose help now? You truly were authority. You truly wear authority now. You truly wear authority well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in the Hongran, don't you? Didn't you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit, instead of going out there again and risk getting scammed? Yinghongwan's open, you know. Oh my. For all that get out, go away, and don't even think about coming back? Seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't ya? Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember, your last attempt at finding lodging here, the whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know about that your party is free to enter and lead down Ganyan whenever you want. So use it if you want. Dang, she's such a tsundere. Gonna do the count to 9 after this stream? Nah. We'll do count to 9 next week. However, next week's schedule for Blue Archive and Limbus Company are gonna be switched because of stuff happening next week. I'll say more about that after we're done with this this Intervallo. After pelting us with that rapid fire answer without giving us even a second to reply, she whipped around and left to join Wei. Oh, verily, to be the educator of another was a task most daunting. Did the lass even teach a proper class? Oh, don't tell me her class consists of her showing off those figurine collections and forcing the students to sit through another one of them obscure lore summaries. Well, Heath, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. I'm sure Rhodia didn't totally get shown up in her own area of expertise by Wei. Oi! Smoky lass with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach them anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? Oh wait, she doesn't have her cigarette right now. Man, speaking of which, don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. N-S-I-F-O-K. Yeah. No smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Yoshu. Never thought you'd know how to do things like that. People learn when there's a need. And there's a need because I think she's a mother. We think she's a mother. I don't know if that's actually been confirmed yet. Ever since the classes began, Ryosha started looking far off into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we hadn't heard of before. Bummer we didn't get to sit on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. I don't think you would have wanted them to see the D&D session. That would have been awkward. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Xichun's given us the option, let's head back to Yiyongwan. You've seen them off with surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just as well be mournful? Gosh, just because I couldn't wait for those freeloaders to get off my back. Well, now that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Donggonyan one for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that comes your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long, long time. And it will be interesting to see this again when we get to Purgatorio. Yeah. Wasn't WildPP next? Are you gonna play that part, Ruka? I think I played Walpurgis Night when it came out at the time. Because wasn't that let me double check what happened in Walpurgis Night. Pretty sure I actually did that. Love Xichun's new fit. I kind of miss her old fit, but if she needs to be the boss, she does need to be wearing something different. WildPP was this one, and I feel like this was the... Was it the Magical Girls? Let's just double check. I feel like this was Magical Girls. Yeah, we did this. We did this one on stream when it came out, so we don't need to do this one again. And then the next Walpurgis Night that came after that... Let me get out of my box. Get out of my box. We're done here. The next Walpurgis Night that happened after that didn't even come with a story. And the next Intervallo that came after this was the Arc Knights story collab. So we didn't even get the... We didn't even get to keep that. So the next time we do Limbus, we are going to be going straight into Kanto 9 after only one Intervallo. Yay! Usually I had to go through 2, but this was short for reasons. Where are we going after this anyway? Oh, we're going to... We're still in H Corp, it seems. Huh. Interesting. H Corp 1 and H Corp 2. Oh wait, are these the years up here? Hold up. I don't think I noticed this until now. 98401. 9403, 5. Oh! That's actually the years going by. Oh, dang, I did not realize that. Oh, time actually does pass here. Wow. Anyway. Yeah, so this is technically February in P Corp, if you want to call it that. But yeah, regarding next week, or I guess this week if you're coming from Asia and not Asia, we are switching the days for Blue Archive and Limbus Company. Normally, I hold it on Saturdays my time, Sundays for Asia time. But we're gonna switch that to Friday/Saturday because the next day there's gonna be a live stream for Blue Archive that I kind of want to do a live watch along with. So yeah, we're gonna be flipping that. Just FYI, I'll try to have the waiting room for that out. Not too early, but early enough that you can see that. So just letting you know. But yeah, Kanto 9 next time. Probably just gonna be doing part 1 because each part is gonna be freaking long. I do feel like Kanto 9 is gonna probably end next week. Let me double check. Actually, no. I think it? No, yeah, it is gonna end next week, isn't it? This week, next week. Probably gonna end soon. So yeah. Again, when we get there, please keep the spoilers on the down low. Let me go through it, through the ups and downs and everything. But thanks for being, for the most part, fairly good today. Yeah. I will also be back again next week, other than with Blue Archive and Limbus Company, with other stuff. So I think that's really about it. Getting pretty late on my side, so thank you all for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. See ya.